Okay, we got it up and going. Sorry about that, Mark. Your audio's kind of messing up.
Should be okay now.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
It's got dark again.
It was weird how it did that.
What happened?
I don't know. I came to sit down, and the moment I sat down, it just went boom, and I freaking came back. Or I usually hit refresh, and it straightens out, and it didn't do that. So that was really strange how it did that. But everything popped back up. We got the new stream going, so
Okay.
we're good to go on that one. Well, it's good anyhow. At least we got that music that you hate so much.
I wasn't really listening to it.
Well, I know, but still. So so today we might as well just go ahead and jump in. I'm like a half an hour late. I ended up getting carried away with a lot of my notes and stuff like that, and I really love this stuff. I get preoccupied and I forget what time it is, so
I know the feeling.
um, so I guess it'd be a good time to actually start the show. Um, I believe everything is up and running. I wasn't able to go to Twitch and check it out, but I know Kick is running, D Live is running, and I better go in and double check with YouTube. Yeah, there it is. It's running. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the playlist. Make sure it's where it's supposed to be. And yeah, we are on episode 3, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got a little confused earlier. I didn't know for sure if it was episode
Yeah.
3 or if it was episode 4.
Free.
Now we had to cut it short because the English dude freaking got overly hot. He apparently lives in a lush, tranquil environment where air conditioners aren't needed.
Actually, it's been cooler over the last couple of days. It's been around 20, 25 degrees centigrade. So
Well,
it's pleasant.
I'm glad that it's like that because you thought you were, or I thought you were going to freaking pass out last time
Well,
we.
yeah, that's 30, what was here, 30 degrees was about 2, 3, 4 days.
Yeah. Oh,
And who knows, it might come back.
yeah. So hopefully everything stays that way and it stays good temperature over there because that was I've never seen an Englishman look like that before.
Okay.
Like all discredited and shit, like all that nobility gone and
I
just
don't
sit
do heat.
and all that sweat coming down your head and the horrible feeling of excruciating pain.
Even though I've got ban on now. But
So well, before I get started, let me also point something out here. I've been joking about the Scottish philosophers and stuff that we didn't leave out or that we left out last year.
yeah,
But on a serious note, um, it is good to add Hume's into this discussion because him, as well as um, let me Kant are two important people when it comes to all of this stuff. So even though I'm joking about hymns, this is important to that he's in this conversation. You know much about David Hume's, Mark?
like I've mentioned before, last episode, a lot of these names are familiar, but I've not done any read on them in decades.
Decades. Well, it's because you went to university and they.
No, no. I had an interest in this sort of stuff in when I was 24, 25.
Now, Adam Smith, he's another guy who's a Scottish thinker. But he was more into the economic sphere, and you know how I am about the liberal philosophy of the economics. We can get to that, but first I wanted to discuss Hume's. That was one thing I wanted to make clear before we got started. Is seriously, I do believe he should be a part of this conversation. And the second thing I want to point out too is Hume's. People need to understand that he was more Republican. You know what I mean when it comes to his ideology. But on the other hand, he played a very very important role when it came to classic liberal thought. But it needs to be understood. His ideology didn't just consist of classic liberalism. He also believed in republicanism too, as well, which there is a huge difference there. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know much about that, Mark, but
Yeah. Well, every sector's got its own differences inside.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Well, when you think about his brand of republicanism, think about Florence and the Florentine republic. You know what I mean?
Okay.
How they were, and things of that nature. So he had that going on with him. Um, Now he wasn't only a philosopher; he was also a historian. Um, and the thing about Hume's is he was real skeptical about abstract theories when it came to like natural rights. Now this gets into what me and you always have a conversation about when it comes to private property,
Mhm.
and he he uh, he felt that with these natural rights that that how's the best way of saying it? Now he believed that liberalism emphasized the importance of should emphasize like the importance of experience, habit, and established institutions. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, and that was in order to maintain like liberty and justice and stuff like that. Now he had a real issue when it came to abstract theories, like I said about like natural rights.
Okay. Yeah. Nature of nurture arguments. Yeah.
Now he believed in like empirical in an empirical approach, basically. You know what I mean? A philosophical approach that was empirical. Uh,
Scientific approach,
yeah.
if you want. Yeah, if you want.
Now, one thing that he had in common with you is he was suspicious of speculative reasoning, and like
Mm.
when you always accuse me of being of what is that? That's speculative.
Excuse your speculation,
It's just speculation, Roger. You
something like
always
that.
you always tell me that, and you beat me over the brow with it. I'm
Don't
being
believe everything you hear.
right. Um, Now he was disconnected from historical experience uh, observe it, and he observed like human behavior more than anything else. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
So right there with him, I also want to point something else out. Now Hume's maybe unintentionally. I don't think he really intended this, but I personally believe that he could have been responsible for what would eventually become, well, I wouldn't say eventually because it was during the same time period, I guess, maybe right around there. But Jean Jacques Rousseau and his ideas could have uh, kind of bounced off of some of the stuff that Hume's believed in when it came to this. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because um, he Hume's had that whole thing about like it was more rather than it being like a historical experience um, and human behavior. Hume he didn't do he it's really weird how to put it. You know what I mean? For one thing, he didn't deny that justice and liberty were important principles, but he questioned the idea that there existed a set of inherent universal rights that were given to us in human nature. Does that make sense?
yeah. God, God-given rights, if you want.
Right. And he didn't think that they were discoverable through pure reason
Mm.
when it came to those God-given rights. He felt that these claims were, uh, rhetorical devices.
And
And
hence the death, and hence the dying of the church, and hence the idea of socialism. The state is the church, or the
Mhm.
church is the state. Yeah.
Right. Well, he also believed that it was used to justify political agendas
Mm.
um, and other rather than like careful, grounded moral truths. You know what I'm saying? He really believed that, and political agendas is actually a big issue that we're having with today. I think that's really one of the huge issues we're having, and it's not just in politics. It's in everyday life. You know what I mean? Like when you sit and you listen to people talk about politics, just average people, they've always got an agenda. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Some kind of a narrative that goes along with their bullshit.
I don't know about gender, but everybody's biased in one way or another. You can be the most neutral journalist in the world, but you still have a bias. Just because you don't bring it to the table doesn't mean you haven't got it.
Well, that's the thing about Hume's his view. He didn't believe in his view moral and political ideas didn't originate like in timeless principles, but they
Okay.
were they were the product of like custom, habit, and shared social experience. You know what I mean? And when you hear that, you need to keep Rousseau in mind. Rousseau kind of blends right into that too. You know what I mean? Like when you start believing that that this stuff is just about your customs and your habits and your social experiences, that kind of takes you into a dangerous area, which we'll be getting into if we're lucky. But that's just that.
I can see where you're going with the one. Yeah, I can see where you're going to go ahead with that one. Carry on.
But that's just my personal take on it. You know what I mean? And I mean my whole opinion about that hasn't changed from the time I first read about this stuff until now when it comes to that, because you can really see it. You know what I mean? Um, when you start especially with social experiences, and you start trying to apply that to morality, that's when things kind of go a little haywire, in my opinion.
Mm.
What, you agree or disagree with that?
Uh, uh, I consider morals to be subjective. Morals can change over time. After all, it was once moral to have slaves,
Yeah.
So morals are subjective, and morals are a human construct.
Well, see, that's something that he argued too. So he argued that people that what people call rights or justice, it was often shaped by like historical circumstances
Mm.
and collective agreements rather than by nature itself. You know, which is a valid argument. I mean, you can't deny that. Just like what you said
Mm.
about slavery just now, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, now he also went into property rights, okay, which were often defended as natural and eternal, okay, and he argued um, that these were in fact like based on conventions established over time. You know what I mean? To
Mm.
maintain social order and cooperation, basically. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
these weren't something that was God given and given to each of us, and they were eternal. That we had a right to private
I
property.
don't know. I don't know. Using the English Christian church example, the king is the God's entity on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Therefore, this
Hold on, you're
of
fading out.
the God given the king, and then yeah, so it is a God given right
Well, that's if
because
you
it's given by the king
well if you look at it like
or
in
the
that
monarch.
if you look at it in that aspect though, when it comes to monarchy and and God given, like this was a hierarchy that was set up that said that the king owned everything. You know what I mean? It was
Mm.
like all of the land belonged to the king, and you had to have permits, I guess, back then to hunt on lands that were owned by
Mm.
the king. I believe that's how the
Yeah.
system was set up.
Well, fiefdoms, isn't it? Yeah, fiefdoms,
Hmm.
counties and towns and areas.
Now, what he really emphasized were that these things were in fact based on conventions established over time. Now, these conventions evolved in response to like human needs, scarcity, and the desire for peace, not from any innate law of nature. You know what I mean? Like and I believe that's probably where he got that from because of imperialism and monarchy and everything. I would almost bet that's where that came from because he wanted to spit on the face of your king and say you're just a wretched man with evil deeds.
And if I'm not mistaken, he was born in 1711. So what?
Mm-hmm.
40 years after the English Civil War,
Oh, let me see. No, 17.
potentially 40,
Yeah, he would have.
within his pounds time.
No, did we ever go over the? Yeah, we did in the last episode, didn't we? When the revolution actually happened.
Well, we have been over it. Don't think it was in the last episode, but we have been over it.
Yeah. Now,
But yeah, roughly.
it was back when we were talking about John Locke, I
Okay,
believe.
so it could have been last episode.
No, that wasn't the last. We had to cut the last episode short because we had this
And
English dude
funnily
that.
enough, David Hume died in 1776. 25th of August.
Yeah. Now he was actually an old man uh, back
Yeah,
during when a lot of that was going on. Um,
died age 65.
mhm. That was actually,
Oh, yeah, which is relatively old for that period.
yeah. So like he would have been on his last leg whenever he was at this stage. Now, oh, and I do want to point out to people who are listening too, because Mark brought this up in the last episode, and I should have mentioned it before that. But some of these people that we mention here won't be during the time period when John Locke was around and liberalism, classical liberalism, came about being. Some of them are later on. So
John Locke was earlier, wasn't
yeah, they
he?
they all aren't from the same time period. That's something else I was wanting to mention, and I forgot to. I almost forgot to.
100, yeah, they're within 100 150 years of each other.
Well,
Or everybody we've been talking about here.
Well, I've got some people that are going to be mentioned that are from the 19th century too. So,
Okay,
so that's some.
that's later.
Yeah.
That's at least, yeah.
Now, moral and political ideas did not originate in timeless principles, but were the product of customs, habits, and shared social experience. Is what he said. Now, that brings us into private property, and that with private property, that's what we were just discussing. And he argued that they were in fact based on conventions established over time to maintain social order and cooperation. Now, these conventions evolved is where he goes with it, and that was according to human needs, scarcity, and the desire for peace. Now, because of this, Hume's rejected the idea that political authority or justice could be justified by appealing to imaginary states of nature or hypothetical contracts made by free individuals. Okay. Now he thought that these abstract models they failed to account for how actual government had formed and how people in real societies behaved. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, according to Hume's, it made little sense to build a theory of government on the fiction that people had once lived in perfect freedom and later agreed to surrender it. You know what I mean? So I do agree with that because I even mentioned that in a lot of the talks that we have about history, because people are just so outlandish when it comes to history. They don't understand that we didn't come from a history where there was a golden age. You know what I mean? There might have been a little bits and pieces of golden ages here and there, but it was pretty much filled with brutality, murder, and hatred. You know what I mean? It's there was no golden age, and I can see where he's going with that basically. In my opinion. Do you believe there was a golden age?
We are in the golden age.
Well,
But
yeah.
yeah, you could argue that we're in the golden age. People don't have to starve these days, or at least in the Western world. Everybody's can gain a suitable way of living these days.
Right. Well, now, but I mean, like in the past, do you believe that there was a golden age before now?
What is it? The city upon the hill, Washington DC. That goes back to Greek mythology, doesn't it? That's
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, Troy. Yeah.
I believe that's probably what he was trying to get away from too. Whenever you listen to some of the stuff that he he believed in. You know what I mean? That
Mm,
he was trying to get away from a lot of the mythology and things of that nature, which
mm.
which he was firmly against. You can clearly say that he was firmly against. Uh, so that's just my take on it. But
Mm.
he um, now one thing that he believed that I am against. He no in his estimations. He believed that human beings had always lived in some form of social order, um, and authority emerged gradually through customs, uh, utility, and the need for stability. I don't agree with that. I believe that humans um, were forced into this form of living where we, you know what I mean? It was like
In, well, physically forced or economically forced. I mean,
all
the
of it.
argument, the industrial revolution is that people moving out after the Napoleonic Wars, people started to move out of agriculture, moved out of villages and moved into cities. Hence, industry
No, I mean
became,
just no. He's talking about humans. Human beings had
yeah,
always lived in some form of social order. Now, human beings. Now, when you talk about that, you're talking about going way back in the day. Okay,
okay,
humans originally. Well, he came from a time period where they didn't know as much as what we know now. You know what I mean? Let me put that out there first.
to live in a group, you have to live in some sort of social order,
Well,
even though how vague or limited that social order is. Yeah, to live in a group. So, living in a group and social order go on and on.
social order is when a group of people decide you're going to do what we say, or we're going to hit you over the head with a rock.
Or maybe any
You
other
know what
things.
I mean? It's
Uh,
like
um,
you're living in our town now. You're doing what we want you to do, and if you don't like it, then we're just going to have to freaking do some horrible stuff to you.
okay.
You know what I mean? It's like, and this goes all the way back to even the ancient times. You know what I mean? It was like freaking they would go on caravans to search out slaves so that they could do their work for them. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So it was always that way for the longest time. Like you mentioned, slavery 100 years ago. Heck, they had slavery since the beginning of mankind.
Yeah, yeah, indeed.
You know, so
Second
that,
oldest occupation.
mhm.
Second,
Next to prostitution, I
uh,
believe, and beer
indeed.
making.
Oh, okay.
Make,
Well,
making beer and prostitution and getting slaves to do your work. Yeah. So right there, I mean, humans had always lived in a form of social order. Authority emerged gradually through customs, utility, and a need for stability. Yeah, in some aspects, I guess, but there was always that control aspect behind it. You know what I mean? To control people and everything.
yeah, but you don't want murderers just to wander around your streets.
Yeah.
So you're going to need to, like I said, yeah, as soon as you start creating groups, you're going to have to have some sort of authority to make sure that people don't murder each other in the streets.
Well, see, he also goes into that though. He also believed that when like people assert natural rights like absolute liberty, equality, or property as
Okay.
as universal and unchangeable, they were usually ignoring the complex reality of society, like what you just mentioned, and what we're talking about. It's a lot more
Define,
complex.
in
Huh?
this context, define equality. In this context, define word equality.
Well, in classic liberalism, equality was basically where we can all uh, where equality was universal. You know what I'm saying? Where we all deserve the same kind of equality. If anybody, and at the time too, they weren't really very good at that, even because like they didn't apply equality to black people. They didn't apply it to
But
women.
how are they gaining the means to this equality? What is their method of creating equality?
Well, for this style, it eventually turned out to be the constitutional government. Okay, and it didn't promote um, just this person has their certain set of rights, and this person had a completely different set. It was a broad interpretation. This is our rights. Um, and this is it doesn't seclude one single person or another single person. It applied to everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm.
And
Yeah,
every
the blind lady justice,
right,
as you see on top of all of the court buildings
right.
and the actual title. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean that's probably the best way that I can probably explain that. Um, um, now, what else? Absolute liberty, equality, or property as universal and unchangeable. Now, he felt that this could be dangerous, as it might inspire revolutions or resistance based on the idea that had no practical
May
foundation.
create the Soviet Union,
Well,
or yeah, it might create the concept of Soviet Union or China.
well, he's also talking about like when people create a false truth. You know what I'm saying? Um, like saying that freaking you deserve the land you live on, and you
Mm.
because it's God given and it's right, and
What happens in Zimbabwe a couple of years ago? Or still
Zimbabwe,
happening anyway. Or whatever. What's Zimbabwe's
yeah,
name? Zimbabwe.
yeah, Zimbabwe. It was changed from Rhodesia to
Yeah,
Zimbabwe.
yeah, yeah.
So I have no idea what happened in Zimbabwe. What,
The sort of remove of farmers and having native Zimbabweans access the land and because they didn't have the sort of training to be farmers, the country went into famine. Technically, still is.
yeah.
Mm.
Now, now, when it comes to this right here, how do you feel that fits into it though? Like that's the big question. Like, do you agree with Hume's on his ideas when it comes to this, that it's not God given, and that the government can just come in and take your property and
Uh, that's why we've got checks and measures.
not,
That's why
not
we've got legislation. That's why we've got courts. That's why we've got.
no, I'm asking just a simple question. Do you when it comes to
Depends on depends on circumstance. That's all.
when it comes to constitutional law, classical liberalism, do you think Hume's is right about this? When because like you got to understand
Um,
what that whole concept.
Again, if all the land is owned by the monarch or baron or the fiefdom, then or the state, then Yeah,
You know, now that's a big question too. Who owned
yeah.
the land? You know.
Hmm.
Now, what is it?
Was it Dave? We were having a conversation last night with, I think, Dave Caprion about him owning all of his airspace.
Yes, that was him.
Yeah. And only the land and the land underneath the land up to a certain point.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, see, with Hume's, what I think is he's kind of taken this a little bit too serious, and or actually, he's taken it way out of proportion. Um, because he says that it might inspire revolutions or
Yeah.
resistance based on the idea that had no practical foundation. Now, the whole idea of it being God given, okay, means that no other human on the face of this planet has the right to take that away from you. You know what I mean? And that's what the whole premise was based on. I think that Hume's is just a little bit too analytical. You know what I mean?
I'm wondering actually, how much of the residential areas of the Vatican City does the Catholic Church own? The residential and commercial areas in the
Well,
Vatican City.
well, I mean, how you gonna go off that? I mean, you do realize that like Vatican City is older than freaking.
Yeah, how big is the Vatican City? It's quite a large area, isn't it?
Well, I mean, not just the area, but look at the time. I mean, it's not gonna come with a freaking title. You know what I mean? It's not gonna come
Yeah.
with a lease or anything like that. That place has been sitting there freaking since what, 2,000 years ago?
Yeah,
You know,
uh,
I don't even.
121 acres. Uh,
So I mean,
yeah,
it's uh, it's 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 pretty old. Now, what basically Hume's favored was a more cautious, pragmatic approach, and he wanted it to where rights were understood as political constructs, basically, you know, and but that needed to be adjusted according to, again, you know, circumstances, public interest, and experience of the communities and stuff like that. But for me, I well, you can kind of see where that will take you, you know, because like we were talking the other day, and you found out that France has changed their constitution like 15
yeah.
times. You know what I mean?
In 200 years. Yeah.
And that's and they're doing it all on a whim. That, you know what I mean? It's like, well, we don't like our constitution. We're just going to go ahead and
Actually, no. If you have a look at
you're gonna have to start over. You're freezing up.
there was major. Uh,
You froze up there. I couldn't hear even. I heard it like three words
um,
you just said.
what was I? Yeah, the French Constitution has changed, but on at significant times, such as the Vichy uprising in south of France.
Well, there's a lot more issues that took place there too, and that's,
Yeah, yeah.
I find it odd though that they changed it so much. I don't even think you guys freaking changed your constitution. Well, you don't have a constitution.
Well, we do have a constitution. It's just not codified single entity.
I heard it was called the Invisible Constitution,
No, yeah,
kind of like the Invisible College. I got you
the
started.
1689. What is right off? right of that. The four parts of Magna Carta. I can't think of any at the moment. Habeas corpus. Yeah, remember a lot of our non-singular constitution is your written constitution. A lot of your written early points of your written constitution is based on the 16
Well,
rights or the Act of Rights.
well, I think where Hume's is getting mixed up, and you're probably getting mixed up too, is there's a difference between a constitution and a Bill of Rights. Okay, now when it comes to a
Oh, an
Bill
Act
of
of Rights.
yeah, now when it comes to a Bill of Rights, that's where he's talking about where rights were understood as political constructs. You know what I mean? Where
Yeah,
the king allowed you these rights, and this is the what you could that these were the rights you had.
yeah. But again, if it's God given, King is the messenger of God. Therefore,
Exactly.
God writes.
Well, he didn't believe in that. You know what I mean?
Depending on which monarchy you're talking about.
He was very 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 against the monarchy. Hume's was. He
Okay.
did. You know what I mean? And I think that's what he was really attacking. He didn't like the idea of a king giving people any kind of rights according to a bill of rights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think he.
But the Bill of Rights or the Act of Rights is based upon many previous smaller acts.
Which
Mm.
the king authorized because he was the messenger
So,
of
so,
God.
so in effect, what he's doing is just codifying the entire previous acts into one bill and extending on it.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. To be honest, your kings were pretty nasty, dude. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So as our MPs and prime ministers.
Well, not as bad as King Henry VIII. You know what I mean? It's like what he did to Catherine is just horrible, dude.
Yeah, but that's just one person. That's not. Um, doesn't affect the entire country. Oh, it did. It did because it brought us up to the Roman church. But in itself, it didn't affect the
Oh,
entire country.
it didn't. I guess you never heard the story of Bloody Mary, did you?
Yes, yes, yes. That's why I said in itself, it didn't affect. But yeah,
Well,
it did cause problems, issues. Well, it was a part of a wider issue.
yeah.
Mm.
Now, Hume's emphasis was on the usefulness and consequences of moral and legal rules rather than their supposed origin in nature. Um, what's your thoughts on that?
Say that
Moral.
again.
Hume's emphasis was on the usefulness and consequences of moral and legal rules rather
So
than on their
looking at
supposed.
so he's looking at more rules as a utilitarian sort of thing.
Useful and
Uh,
usefulness and consequences.
okay, yeah, everything from a utilitarian point of view.
And this is moral and legal rules.
Mm,
Okay, so and he believed that rather than their origin in nature and where they came from. You know what I mean? So, but that I mean to me that sounds all right there. He's not crossing the lines at that point because that we have a senator here in Kentucky, or we had one. I don't know if he's still there, Mitch McConnell, and
yeah, I've heard of one.
everybody talks shit on him because like whenever they try to pass these freaking quick and easy bills, he just stops it dead in its track. He's like, hold
Yeah.
on, man, you know what I mean? We need to stop and think this over. You
He's a
know,
very effective politician, to be fair.
you know,
I may not agree with everything he does, but I can appreciate his effectiveness.
it's like we need to really think this through before we pass this law, rather than just pushing it through the freaking Senate and being done with it because the House of Representatives agreed to it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, and I agree with them that laws shouldn't be just automatically passed. And you hear people today talk that nonsense, like, "Oh, we just need."
Problem with US laws is they are written in such a convoluted and stretching to over 100 pages per bill. And as you've seen with recent legislation, small additions have been added to the bill at the last minute.
Well, see, I
Yeah,
do. I do like Hume's interpretation of this stuff because he held that rules should be evaluated based on how well they promote peace, cooperation, and happiness, not on whether they conform to some abstract moral blueprint. You know what I mean? Like, and that goes back to this.
isn't the, isn't the point isn't the point of happiness is an abstract concept.
Well, peace, promote peace, cooperation, and happiness, rather than
Yeah, peace
abstract.
and cooperation can be measured, can be defined right down to a point. Happiness can be as a
Well,
concept.
you've got to take a look at what he's saying when he says abstract moral blueprint.
Yeah. So I'm arguing, isn't happiness an abstract conclusion?
Well, it's not a blueprint. You know, yeah, I mean, can you put a
Uh,
blueprint on happiness, dude?
you can, people try. People,
Give
some
it a
people
try, dude.
successfully there. But
Yeah, give it a try, dude. You know what I mean? Make a blueprint and see if I'm happy with it. I'm sure
some
somebody,
people, some people do.
I'm sure there's going to
Would,
be
would,
somebody in the crowd that says, "The hell with that." It's, I'm really, because I mean that's what I'm saying. Like abstract moral blueprint. Okay, like and that's what he's saying about like private property as an example.
okay.
Like, you know what I mean? It's some abstract moral blueprint that says that private property is God given, and there's no actual facts backing that up. You know what I mean? But like I said, I think he's being a little bit too methodical there because he doesn't understand the reasoning behind why they would say that. That they came up with that concept because that takes the power away from other people to take away something that actually belongs to you. You know what I mean? And that's why I
So
have
people away happiness. That's a
right.
good question. People take away happiness.
hmm but I mean that's one of the reasons why I don't believe in this stuff about property taxes, because that's the government, another one of the government's ways of sliding in and taking people's freaking property. Once you buy that property, it's yours and it should be yours until you
Mm.
sell it. You know what I mean? There should be no reason
As
for why.
long as long as it is yours and not, let's say, mortgage to a bank or something.
Right. And
Yeah.
even in that aspect, it's the bank that would take your property. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not the government, rather. You know. So I mean, that's one thing that I see. Now he believed that in his way, what what he sought to do was to ground political theory and observation, tradition, in the actual workings of society rather than in like metaphysical speculation. You know what I mean? And when he says metaphysical speculation, what he's referring to is like the whole thing about land and God and the king and God. The king was like a direct descendant of God. That goes all the way back to the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and
Mm.
you know what I mean. This is something that they believed in for thousands of years, which was completely untrue. You know what I mean? So
Depend, depends on your point of view if it's untrue or not. But yeah,
what, you believe that the king is a direct descendant of God, Mark? Be honest. You,
what one came? Pharaohs, yeah,
no, I mean,
pharaohs. um,
do you believe that?
they probably died out around the Tudor time,
No,
late Tudorish.
no,
No,
not
over
really.
when?
Right up until Cromwell cut off your guys' king's head is when
Okay,
it.
yeah,
I,
Charles the First. Okay.
I would say that was right when it ended. Like even though Cromwell couldn't uh, keep the keep it away from monarchyism. He at least showed the people, look, man, this is just a man like the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
the a curse isn't going to befall on England because we cut off the king's head. You know what I mean? I think that kind of
Hmm.
opened up their way of thinking to where they kind of came out of that idea. So
Yeah, and also at the time, the invention of the Gutenberg press was being created. So, yeah, which influenced. Would you argue if it wasn't for the Gutenberg press, the English civil wars wouldn't have happened as much as it did?
well, I think that most of the revolutions that did happen was a direct result of all the presses because, like, revolution broke out because of it. You know what I mean? And it
Yeah,
wasn't just it. Well, England started it, but like
yeah,
it was a chain reaction. Every country, well, yeah, pretty much every country in Europe had a revolution after England. So,
yeah. Well,
um,
all,
I,
all to printing, the
so
printing press.
So, yeah, well, so yes, I mean, I do believe that that was a big factor because of that, because like it was like they all jumped in on it, and it was like here in the United States, everybody here thinks that
Mm.
the U.S. Revolution inspired all these, France and stuff, and
Place.
but it was actually that wasn't the case. We were like one revolution out of a whole lot of
Yeah,
revolutions, that,
yeah. Um,
that took place. Um, Now, Hume's argued that loyalty to stable government, respect for legal traditions, and gradual reform were better paths to justify than sweeping appeals to rights that had no foundation in practice. He supported commercial society, individual security, and the rule of law, and he distributed both political enthusiasm. No, and he distrusted both political enthusiasm and authoritarian power. So I think the dude was like he was a stick in the mud. Is basically what my theory is.
okay.
You know,
Yeah.
the more I read about him, the more I think like he's kind of like the obnoxious Englishman. You know what I mean? The guy who's real freaking anal retentive about um, the way things should be. You know what I mean? That's
Okay.
even though he's Scottish, and Scottish are more anal retentive than English people, to be honest.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Well, you know it's true. It's true.
No comment.
Like political enthusiasm and authoritarian power. You know what I mean? Like that's like it's like two polar differences, and he opposes both of them. So he's got to be somewhere in the middle there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Two polar opposites that he disagrees with. So he's got to be there somewhere. Now, um, don't get me wrong either. Okay, um, his he did influence a lot of people. Um, Later liberal thinkers. Okay, and he was big in the Scottish Enlightenment. That's
Hmm.
another thing. That's probably one of the most important things to say about him. So now, this is the guy you like too, right here, Adam Smith.
Mm.
Now, you've already heard my take on Adam Smith when it comes to liberalism and and the economic sphere.
Yeah.
What's your take on Adam Smith?
Um, Give me a while to think about that one.
Okay, so Adam Smith, he's another Scottish uh, thinker, I guess you could call him. Uh, he advanced liberalism uh, mostly in the economic sphere. Now, his work on moral philosophy and political economics formed the basics of classical liberal economic thought. In his writings, he defended the idea of free markets, division of labor, and limited government intervention in economic affairs.
Mm.
Now, he argued that individuals pursuing their own interests unintentionally benefit society through the invisible hand of the market. Smith also supported education, justice, and defense as core government functions, reflecting a balance of liberalism that respected both liberty and order. And when it comes to the free market, see, this is the the whole thing that I don't agree with. I really believe that liberalism, classic liberals, even dropped the ball on that. You know what I mean? Because it's
Mm. It is a point that I do bring up quite a few times. In quite a bit in the past. Yeah, just a part of my own philosophy, if you like.
I want to talk about it. That's kind of why I said you'd like this guy. Do you hear me?
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Carry on.
Well, for me, I think they dropped the ball on it because, like, first of all, you know, like especially last year when we were talking about the English, you seen how the liberals came to be in England, but then as time went on, the well, first I think the biggest problem with England was the anarchists. Whenever the anarchy movement took place, and
Mm.
they eventually emerged or merged into, didn't they merge into the labor or the liberals first, and then they all ended up going into what's now the Labor Party.
Yeah, yeah. In effect.
You know, and you see this whole supposed free market thing being pushed, and the truth of the matter is it's like now everybody thinks it's either free market or it's tariffs. You know what I mean? And the whole idea of a free market is just completely gone. You know what I mean?
Depends on how far you want to stretch the free market. If you're talking about free market within the such as a country, then sure. But yeah, it just depends on how far do you define free market to be,
Well, a free market should be.
globalist or
We'll see.
yeah, but that's a race to the bottom, isn't it? That means that you are going to have the cheap countries coming out on top, as we've seen with China and India.
Let's see. First mistake the first mistake you made right there is the same mistake most people do. Like whenever you talk about free markets and you talk about things of that nature, it's not just like on a global scale of trade and stuff like that. Okay, when I own a business, I should have the right to hire whoever I want. I shouldn't have to fill out a government form saying that this
So
guy is
you got the
appropriate.
right to hire illegal immigrants, which in potentially could reduce wages throughout an industry,
Sure,
if
why
not an
not?
area.
Sure, why not? Why
So,
do why is
so,
it that my why is it
so
that
you want to
any
hire
hold
So
up
you want to
hold
hire
up
people based on very little income or
why
wages for them.
hold up no let me say this. Free market is me being able to hire whoever I want to hire.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
doesn't, okay, the government does not have the right to enforce a law that tells me I need to have them fill out a paper and report it to the government.
I vote
That's
for the purpose of national insurance style taxes, or as we would call them in the UK.
and it keeps coming back to that. See, they shouldn't be taxing me for labor. They shouldn't be taxing anybody for labor.
They are taxing you for facilities that they provide them.
No, they aren't.
To defend your country, to look after the street lights, to
Whatever.
make sure that you don't starve to death.
Whatever. I mean, and that's not a part of what our country was built on. We're,
In
we're,
theory,
we
and like you said,
our country.
part of the contract between the state and the citizens
No,
is related to the defense of the nation.
our country's responsibility is not to make sure that don't starve to death. Okay, first of all, that's not their responsibility. It's my responsibility to make sure I don't starve to death. Okay,
Okay, okay, but you
you're you're
if they
you're
find out that you're starving yourself to death.
well, from the kindness of their heart, if they
You might
want
in the US, you may have to.
from the kindness of their heart, if they wish to freaking help me out, that's their choice. But it is not their responsibility to make sure that I do not starve myself to death. You know, and I think that's really hard for a lot of people to understand because they think that the government needs to provide for them and needs to give them that sense of security and make them feel all warm inside and and
Of
good.
course, the old Reagan thing about I am from the government and I'm here to help you. The
Yeah,
worst words you would like to hear from a politician.
I that's the thing, man. And then like Social Security, where I need to have Social Security to make sure that I'm taken care of when I'm an old man. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of people need Social Security, but that's because we've been raised up on this generation that depends on that shit. Whereas before, people made sure that they had their life savings.
but this goes back to after World War II, Britain mainly, actually. The point of state-provided pensions is the idea is that you are putting in money into that pot through taxation,
Yeah.
and you're collecting back a percentage of that at the end of your life as a state-provided pension.
What
At least
happens
that's
to the
the UK
rest?
concept.
What
Right?
happens to the rest?
Well, whatever happens to money these days.
Yes,
But yeah,
it's like shit, dude. What are you doing with my money after I'm dead? It's like they're not sending no checks out now. I guarantee if they send a check out, it's not going to equal the amount of money that they
but
took
but
from you.
but this raised living standards throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, because you've got all these boomers. End of the life, they've been putting in money since World War II. They're receiving a pension at the end of their usefulness, quote unquote.
Well, I agreed with Hume's about the limited government intervention and stuff, and that kind of goes into what we're talking about here when it says "and limited government intervention in economic affairs." Okay, which means keep your hands out of my freaking wallet. You know what I mean? Basically, I do agree with that, but then he starts talking about division of labor. You know what I mean? The division of labor. What the hell is that shit about? You know what I mean?
Yes, comrade. Carry on, comrade.
Yeah, and that kind of goes into what I was talking about with freaking Rousseau and stuff of that nature. So I mean, he seems like he's more of a shifty kind of guy than he is anything else. It just um, Smith
Okay,
is.
yeah.
I said Hume's, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, you
So,
did.
yeah. Well, Hume's is he's just a snobby old Scottish dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking you get Adam Smith, who's all about money, and he's like talking about crazy stuff like freaking free markets, and then he starts talking about the division of labor and limited government intervention. They don't even work together. Like, how can you do that? Like, divide labor.
Well, you need specialists to do specialist jobs. You aren't going to get a plumber to do brain surgery on you.
Now, he also argued though that individuals pursuing their own interests unintentionally benefit society through
Mm,
the
yeah,
invisible hand of the market.
yeah.
Do you believe that?
We are seeing it at the moment with the internet revolution, the web revolution, with people selling their products and services online. So yeah, if there's a product service out there that a consumer is interested in, and if the consumer is not interested in the product, then goodbye goes the company.
Well, with me,
Product.
when it comes to Smith, I told you I find nothing interesting in him whatsoever. I mean, he really seems to be one of those insignificant little bugs that was more interested in money than actually freedom. You know what I mean? Like a horrible.
Is money in a civilization that requires money or the Keynesian rules to function? Is the concept of freedom not real money related, not related to freedom?
Well, he goes further though. He reminds me of like an arms dealer, maybe. like somebody who would sell freaking weapons to a foreign country and then claim that it was classic liberalism or liberalism at the time. You know what I mean?
Money is just a representation, well, should be a representation of the free market.
You know.
Money flows where people are interested in products
Okay.
or services or goods.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Immanuel Kant?
Yeah.
Okay. What? How much do you know about him?
Again, a name. Not formal.
Do you know what
Carry on.
country? Do you know what country he came from?
France,
Germany.
Northern
He was
Germany.
German.
Okay. Okay.
He was.
Yeah. Indeed, name. You spelled his name with a C.
Well, Kant is spelled with a K. If I did that with a C, I apologize.
Uh,
Immanuel Kant. Uh, Now, he was a German philosopher, and he introduced moral and political reasoning that aligned with liberal ideas. Now, he emphasized the autonomy of the individual, moral law grounded in reason, and the imperative to treat others as ends in themselves. Okay. Now, politically, Kant supported Republican government, the rule of law, and cosmopolitan rights that promoted peace and cooperation among nations. His beliefs in rational freedom and individual dignity became foundational to later liberal humanism. Now he's the one that really brings the nuts and bolts to the classical liberal ideal. You know what I mean? A lot of people go separate directions when it comes to Immanuel Kant, but most people do agree he was like the nuts and bolts of all of it. You know what I mean? He came out with like amazing concepts. You know that. Well, I mean, I guess we can get into it and talk about it rather than me trying to explain it because I'll get excited and start talking all patriotic and say pretty words and stuff like that.
Okay.
But Immanuel Kant's belief in rational freedom and individual dignity was at the heart of his moral and political philosophy. He argued that human beings are not merely creatures driven by instinct or emotion, but rational agents capable of making choices based on principles they give to themselves.
The argument that, yeah, I remember this argument. The argument that he makes is he ignores people being irrational. Saying that, yeah, people can be rational. Yeah, they can be rational, but they can also be irrational.
Yeah.
And he never really goes into the argument at all.
Well, when it comes to that, you have to think sovereignty. That's where sovereignty comes into play. That's the whole beauty of this whole thing with classical liberalism, because the rational, the irrational, and then the sovereignty. Okay, and that's where it all ties in together. And I've said it in the past. I was like, constitutional government may not be perfect, but being honest with you, if you look at it, it's probably the best thing we've got going. You know what I mean? It really is.
Depends on the form of constitutional government.
Yeah,
And
that's
there's
true.
many forms. There's the US model, there's the UK model, there's the Swiss model, which is interesting, and the France or European ones.
Well,
Yeah, it depends on what model you're looking at.
and I keep bringing this up to you, but we need to tone it down when we come to talking about the people with little feet. Okay.
Okay, the clog wearers.
The little shoe people. Yeah.
Yeah. Not all of
Perot,
them wear clogs.
Peru, or well, wasn't that his name? Had the little bitty shoes. A little Swiss dude. That what was it? It was a crime show back whenever over in England, actually. Peru
But he was
or
Belgium.
Perot.
He was Belgium. Belgium? Belgium.
Was he
Belgium.
Belgian? I thought he was
Yeah.
Swiss. I thought he was
No.
Swiss.
It was Africa Christie. Yeah, Africa Christie.
Agatha
In a lot of her
Christie's.
books, did actually state that he was Belgium.
Yeah.
And if you watch a few episodes of the '90s show with David, can't think of his name, surname. He does state that he's Belgium in quite a few of those episodes.
Okay. So, according to Kant, okay, the capacity of self-legislation, as he described it, is what gives human beings their moral worth. Now, unlike animals or inanimate objects, humans are ends in themselves, not means to an end. Okay,
Okay.
their ability to think, reason, and act according to moral law makes them unique and deserving of respect. For Kant, dignity arises not from status, power, or wealth, but from the inner capacity to act morally, guided by reason and not by external compulsion.
Mhm.
So, what? Any thoughts there?
Try to live my life like that.
Okay.
I
So,
do.
so rational freedom, according to Kant, does not mean the ability to do whatever you want. Okay, this
Mm.
is where we get into what you're talking about earlier. Instead, it means the ability to act according to reasoned moral principles that one can will as universal laws. He believed
Mm.
that true freedom is found in self mastery, in the alignment of one's action with duties derived from reason. Good so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So when a person follows the moral law, not because of fear, desire, or social pressure, but because it's the right thing to do, that person is free in the highest sense. Okay.
Mm. And who defines what is right?
This form of freedom, this form of freedom is determined by the person, each individual,
So, okay, on their own moral conscience.
right? And that's when we get into the we said I said sovereignty. Now we start talking about conscience. Okay, this is where it all gets fun and it starts mingling into one another. The conscience. Okay, we're free according to our own conscience. Okay, of
Mm.
what's right and wrong. But then you have the group conscience, which is the sovereignty. And that's where all of us as a whole determines what's right and wrong together.
Mm.
Okay. So when a person goes off the rail and they decide that it's okay to freaking rob a liquor store and they feel 100% that they are right and just for doing that, that's where the rest of us come together with the group conscience to say, no, look, you did wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you over here in this place. Is that, you see what I mean?
Okay. But okay, for an argument, about the kid robbing a bakery to feed its starving family.
Well, we brought that up earlier. Okay. Now, you have to really
Mm.
look at that on a with a clear conscience, okay, and be honest with yourself. If you went in and you stole something, would you feel bad about doing it? Would you know that what you're doing is wrong? Don't worry about what everybody else thinks. You as a person,
Okay. Yeah.
if you went in and stole something from a store, would you feel bad about doing it, no matter what the circumstance?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Even if it came to feeding your kid, would you still feel bad that you had to steal food in order to feed your kid?
Possibly.
You're right.
Not been in that situation, so
Well, I mean that's an example. Because you felt bad about doing it, you knew that you were in the wrong for it. You know what I mean? So yes, you had to weigh the outcome. You knew what was going to happen if you got busted because you knew that what you were doing was wrong.
okay.
So I mean that's just my take on it.
Okay.
Uh, and believe it or not, that is freedom. You know what I mean? Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom to feed your children? You know,
Mm.
it's the truest form of freedom right there.
Mm.
I mean,
Mm.
it really is when you really stop and think about it. Now, this form of freedom requires discipline and autonomy, as it involves recognizing one's duties and commitment to them out of respect for moral law. Okay? That kind of this moral law for Kant was not imposed by out from outside. It was not dictated by religious authorities, political command, or tradition. Instead, it came from within, from the rational structure of the human mind. Because all rational beings share this capacity for moral reasoning, the moral law applies equally to all. You
Yeah.
see, that's where all of it gets really, really freaking cool. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my opinion on it. I think that this is cool stuff. I don't care what anybody else says. You know what I mean? I suggest that if anybody is watching this and it actually likes what they're saying, hearing, go and listen to these people's writings. Okay, some of the beautifulest writing in history was
Yeah.
was written by these people. I'm doing it an injustice because I don't have time to go over the readings and actually quote what these people said, But this is some of the beautifulest writing I've ever heard in my
People,
entire life.
people in the 16th and 17th century or 18th century knew how to write.
Yes.
Yeah. Like today.
Right. Um, no one is exempt, and no one has the right to override the moral agency of another. Okay? This universalism forms the basis of Kant's belief in human dignity. Now we get into human dignity. What do you know about human dignity, Mr. Edworthy?
I've got quite a bit of it.
Okay. Now,
Mm.
to treat someone with dignity means to treat them as a moral equal, never merely as a tool or object for one's own purpose. Now, emphasized on rational freedom. Kant's emphasis on rational freedom led him to support principles of individual autonomy, legal equity, legal equality, and respect for human rights. He believed that governments must be grounded in laws that all citizens could rationally agree to. Okay.
Mm.
Authority, in his view, must be legitimate, not because it is powerful, but because it respects the rational nature of those it governs. A political system that violates the autonomy of its citizens, suppresses their voice, or treats them as passive subjects is unjust, no matter how effective it may be. So, no matter how effective your government is, if it suppresses your voice, treats you as passive subjects, then that freaking that government is unjust. Okay,
Mhm.
no matter how effective it is. So I found that pretty cool.
Mm.
He was a very very smart man. You know what I mean? And like I said, he was the nuts and bolts behind all of this. Kant was a very very intelligent man, but dude, Kant, no, or I said Kant. Don't get me wrong. John Locke was a very very intelligent man. Okay, don't get me
Mm.
wrong on this, but Kant, he was the guy that freaking he knew what he was talking about. You know, he really did, and John Locke did too. Don't get me wrong, but Kant is really the guy behind the scenes that really pulled.
But a lot of this sort of reciprocal. Um, each person is writing off the writer of the previous,
I don't
or
think any. I don't.
taking inspiration from.
I don't think anybody actually wrote like this before freaking Kant. To be honest with
Okay.
you, you know what I mean. Like this is very profound stuff. It really was. Now we might have heard some bits and pieces in Greek uh, ideas of democracy and stuff, but you know how much that was a fraud. I mean, the Greeks and their philosophy on democracy was just completely a load of crap.
I don't know. Pieces.
Yeah, bits.
Again, all of this is an evolution, and I just checked, and Kant died in 1804, was born 1724, so he was writing, let's say, 100 years after Smith, Locke, and
Locke.
there's various other people.
Mm-hmm. Now I really do believe though that he was the mover and shaker on a lot of this though,
Yeah, yeah.
because of a lot of, and a lot of what he says does intertwine with constitutional government. I mean, a lot of it.
Mm.
This really. Um, Now,
Let's see. 1776. It would be in his 40s, 50s.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You see what I mean? And then, like a lot of the revolutions that took place all across England, he would have been right there in the middle of it too.
Yeah.
You know, so now this is where he also goes into uh, he goes into all aspects of it. Let me just start it back up. Now, the political system that violates the autonomy of its citizen, I've already covered that. It's unjust. You know what I mean? Now, he said that laws should be made through public reason with the aim of creating conditions under which each person can live as free and equal moral agents. His concept of dignity also demanded that individuals be held responsible for their actions. Okay, now that's the flip side. He also believed that they should be held responsible for their actions, not that they can just run around with their pants on the ground, you know what I mean, and acting like the fool. You know, pull those pants up, be responsible for your actions, those kind of things. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, since people have the capacity to choose between right and wrong, they are accountable for their decisions. All right. This
Okay.
this moral responsibility is a burden, but also a mark of honor. It means that humans are not puppets or victims of fate, but authors
Okay.
of their own moral lives. Okay. What do you think about that? You believe in that?
Up to a point.
What do you mean?
Mm, Still forming my ideas on that one.
So you believe that you're of
I
fate, a victim of fate?
so feel that, but well, yeah. This goes back to the Jordan Peterson argument, doesn't it? And the entire victim nature sort of arguments that we've been suffering for the last 20 odd years.
20.
No, just give that time.
Where you been? You know, I mean, it's like
It's become more evident,
yeah.
obvious.
Now
That's
this view was profoundly optimistic. Okay, uh, it affirmed the potential of every person to act nobly and rightly, no matter their circumstances. Okay, and I did make a side note when it came to Kant and his beliefs
mm,
that I'm just gonna read the whole thing because I think that this is actually important. It's not very long. All right.
yeah.
But Kant's belief in rational freedom and individual dignity also extended to his views on international relations and peace. He argued that peace among nations would only be possible when states recognized each other as moral equals and respected the autonomy of their citizens. He envisioned a federation of free states governed not by force or domination, but by mutual respect and lawful cooperation. Just as individuals must treat one another with dignity, so must nations in their dealing with each other. And that's very very true. So,
Mm.
do you agree?
Depends. I keep on hearing this word respect come up. Define respect.
Well, you defined it. You're the one that's asking the question. I mean,
Yeah,
what's your definition of respect?
to treat one of a person with as much moral equality as possible.
I would hate to sound religious when I say this, but to do unto others as you would have them
Yeah,
do unto you,
yeah,
is what it sounds
yeah.
like.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking.
I know, well, when I was listening to you, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's basically, yeah, I mean, and it really is that simple. I had a I had a conversation on Censorship Sucks chat where he posted something, and this guy said something about I should. So if somebody says that they believe in unicorns, then that doesn't mean that I should feed into it. You know what I mean? And I said, well, you know what?
Mm.
If that person honestly believed in unicorns, freaking, I shouldn't criticize him because he believes in unicorns. He has the right to believe whatever he wants
Yeah,
to
yeah, but
believe.
you have got the right to believe that there is, or don't disbelieve in unicorns, and have the right to state that. So
Well,
no, I actually disagree with you. You saying this person has got a right to say that, and I've got to agree with it. That's a very sort of
well, see,
socialist.
that's no, it's not. It's your lack of dignity. Like you don't want to allow people to have the dignity of being a human being. You
No,
because you
I'm saying that you've got the right to argue against an idea.
ethics has gone completely out of the door today. Like it doesn't matter when it comes to being in a in a community where you actually respect one another, you should actually give people the right to have their own dignity.
You are saying that because he has the right to states that he believes in unicorns, but I haven't got a right to disagree with him.
No, it's not that. I was like, it's your preference. It's your lack of dignity uh, trying to degrade somebody because they believe in something you don't believe in.
I didn't say degrade. I had to say argue against.
Well, arguing against might be a better way of saying it.
Is so just having no argument, just having a discussion is no degrading.
There you go.
Seriously?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're having conversation, but that wasn't the context of what was being said whenever we were having that conversation on the chat. You know what I'm saying? It was like
Okay.
this guy was being completely disrespectful, and he was trying to. Uh, he didn't take into consideration, the other person's dignity. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Okay.
Um, and
Didn't see the interview.
it wasn't on an
Listened
it
to it.
wasn't on an interview. It was in just a post. You know what I mean? Like they made a post, and
Okay. Okay.
um, I found that pretty messed up that people actually believe that. You know what I mean? That they act that way is what I'm saying, and you see it all over the place. People don't like allow other people the dignity as a human being to freaking express their ideas. You know what I mean? Like you have to say stuff that's just completely wrong like that.
I didn't see the context of the post. So, but yeah, but I have still got the right to argue against your ideas.
Well,
That's not dignified. It, again, depending on how you argue that, it could be, but um, the sole fact point of arguing this is not undignified.
we do have a comment from Camille, and Camille asks, should Rousseau and Hegel be considered liberals? Uh, no on Rousseau, and Hegel isn't even worth mentioning. I mean, but on
Hegel would be considered a liberal.
well,
Yeah.
classical liberal.
Uh, uh, uh,
Now, Rousseau. I'm going to mention Rousseau later on, but I wouldn't classify Rousseau as a liberal. There's a lot of things that I do want to get into when it comes to him. That's when we start talking about what radicals and what a
mhm.
radical is, and radicalism. Uh, those are very, very important things to know when it comes to uh, Rousseau. Um, Hegel, whatever, dude. But then again, I mean, I am talking about Humboldt. So Wilhelm Humboldt. He's another guy that we're. Do you want to step away and maybe freaking take a break to use the bathroom and stuff, and then we can come back and continue?
I was just thinking of, I was just thinking of fruit juice or something.
Yeah, get some
Yeah.
stuff like that, and then we can come back and get to the nitty gritty because
Okay.
well, I've got to pee. That's the only way I can say it, dude. But by the way, Camille, thank you for your response or for your comment, and we'll be right back and we'll discuss more. If you have anything to say, just answer or put something in the comment section, and I I guess I could talk about Hegel, but I really don't. like to, you know.
You can tack him on to the end.
Yeah, I could. I can do it for tomorrow, actually, because that'll fit right.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and put some music on for these hipsters to check out, and we can let them get down with the boogie of Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, here on Rumble at Hacker Radio. Now this time I'm gonna put a video on so that you guys can see the coolness of Mr. Robot. You better mute out, Mark. I know that hurts your ears when you hear it. So we will be right back here in a little bit.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven's stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god face.
Souls of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the cold section all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Zeus watched the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the cold tension all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. shadows of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was it binary drama? Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tablets truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising call the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, the truth's a spiral eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're the gods we've been missing.
Okay, I had to figure out where the unmute button was. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I was able to go get me some coffee and smoke me a cigarette on the back porch. And
Sure.
is it raining over there?
Not where I am. It's been dry all day.
It actually rained today, which was good. Today was
Did
good rain.
it actually had quite a nice sort of walk in a sort of light shower yesterday. Refreshing. It was warm. But yeah. Well, no rain today.
Okay, so with response to what was mentioned about Hegel, I go ahead.
I'm just reading what come out wrote. Yeah, I've got to agree with her, but both Hegel and Rousseau being sort of early influences that shaped to, extreme socialist regimes since.
Well, there was a couple things that actually alarmed me about Hegel, and the first was his belief in active participation in ethical life. You know what I mean? Like he believed that everyone should be have an active participation in it. This goes back to what we were talking about with like Mr. Robot and what they are enforcing in Australia right now. You know,
Mm.
where you vote
What
or
they've been
yeah,
enforcing for what 50 odd years. I think they've been enforcing it ever since World War Two.
yeah, and it's you vote or you get fined for it. Um, I,
Yeah.
I don't really see that as a benefit to any kind of actual free society. And then besides that, Hegel rejected the idea that individual freedom was simply a matter of independence from others or like resistance to authority.
Mm.
Um, his concept of liberty uh, or freedom or whatever you want to talk about it was purely a negative concept when it came to freedom and liberty. Um, he, uh, he believed that it was incomplete and immature understanding of what freedom was. You know what I'm saying? Um, which I really don't agree with. So that kind of turned me off on a lot of the things that he uh, eh, from what he actually believed in. You know what I mean? Um,
Mm.
and a lot of people really don't take those kind of things into consideration when they read what he's actually saying. But he really was about all that. Like he didn't. It was very communal. You know what I mean? And it wasn't you had the choice to believe or you when it come to ethics you didn't have the choice. You know what I'm saying? It's like you either vote or you get fined for it, basically. Or heck, if it was back in the day, they would have put you to death for it. And that kind of goes into to Rousseau too, because Rousseau ended up spawning a whole lot of bad stuff, man. And that's where I want to get into.
Yeah.
Eventually, I want to get into the French Revolution and kind of go over some of the stuff that took place there. You know, so but that's my take on Hegel. I don't know if that was a good thing or if it was a bad thing, but I don't know. Now she went on to say both thinkers have uh, commonality in being pre, predecessors and major influences to 20th century totalitarianism, but they
Oh,
have also both been interpreted as liberal. So I was curious about y'all's thoughts. Okay. Well, I hope that was really uh, a good interpretation. If it wasn't, I apologize because I didn't think anybody was going to clump Hegel in with liberalism of any sort. So, well,
mm,
maybe modern liberalism.
progressive.
Well, I wouldn't even call it progressive.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like progressive is its own like animated cartoon series.
something.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you know what I mean? It's like watching Donald Duck on Saturday. Yeah. So for younger people, they won't understand that, but we understand, Mark, don't we?
Sort of.
You've watched cartoons on Saturday, didn't you? Oh no.
Many years ago.
Okay, so you understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I went over my best in the best way I possibly could about Hegel. Now Wilhelm von Humboldt, he's another German. He elaborated on the clearest articulations of liberal political philosophy in the early 19th century. Now, he argued that the purpose of the state should be limited to ensuring security, allowing the individual to develop their full potential without interference. His ideas strongly influenced later thinkers, especially in England, and provided the intellectual basis for arguments in favor of minimal government and broad personal freedoms. Now, this is where I think things started taking a turn in the idea of classic liberalism. I believe that this is where people started believing that liberalism had to do with ensuring security.
Mm.
I don't believe that it was a part of the original classic liberal idea. If you'd also remember, like with the United States, when we had our revolution, after the militia was done, they all disbanded and went home.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It was like George Washington resigned as commander in chief.
But isn't that the point of a militia? Only to be used in times of need.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Disband them because it's not needed anymore.
And it's like I said with George Washington, when he was president, he was a sitting president and he resigned as commander in chief.
Mm. Mm.
You know what I mean? It's like it was pretty amazing. So
So, has there ever been a time when in US history where a president hasn't been the commander in chief, with the exception of that?
nope,
Okay.
no other example that I know of,
Mm.
which was a pretty honorable thing. It was so honorable that the King of England actually sent him a letter and made a note of it that what he had done was a pretty honorable gesture. You know what I mean?
Mm. Mm.
That was after the war they just had too.
Mm.
So that was pretty cool when it comes to that. Um, Now, pretty much he influenced England, but I don't really know how he could have influenced American politics. You know what I'm saying? Because what it was is basically it gave this it gave this push to where all of a sudden you brought the military into the classical liberal idea. And the 19th century was really where um, the classical liberal idea just started falling apart. You know what I mean?
Mm. Mm.
Especially
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
Europe. Yeah,
well, especially with what we went over last year. That was really profound to me because
yeah,
um, you could really see it where they just kind of degraded. You guys don't even have a liberal party anymore, do you?
yeah. Yeah, we've got a party called the Liberal Democrats, the third party, so to speak, in the mainstream, which is totally ineffective at everything. But yeah,
So, and really, I doubt if it's actually founded off of classic liberal ideas.
um, some of its some of its bases.
That'd be actually interesting to hear about eventually.
Now they do a research into the Lib Dems.
If it's true, which I don't know about
The
that.
Lib Dems are just sort of um, middle class sort of flip flops.
Flip
Flip
flops.
flops.
Now
But yeah,
that could be actually what we call libertarians here in the United States.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah. Now, Frederick, and by the way, I want to say this one is another one from the mid 19th century, but Frédéric Bastiat. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, but again, not for a long time.
Okay, he's a French economist and statesman in the middle 19th century, and he wrote with force and clarity in defense of free markets, voluntary exchange, and the dangers of government overreach. His satirical and economic writings critique socialism and protectionism, highlighting the unseen consequences of state intervention. He argued that the state should protect life, liberty, and property, but should not become a tool for redistributing wealth or favoring special interests. Now, that right there is something that I believe would have been important if they would have listened to it because like a lot of the stuff that's going on today has to do with um, state intervention. You know what I mean?
Well, arguably a lot of it to do with corporations and non-governmental organisations.
Well, I mean
So,
that that kind of extends into state intervention too because they want to bypass constitutional government. You know what I mean?
huh,
So they use non-governmental organizations to like
yeah,
do that.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. If the project fails, it's this NGOs fault. If the project succeeds, it's the governmental minister's responsibility.
Now, he argued that the state should protect life, liberty, and property, but should not become a tool for redistributing wealth or favoring special interests.
Mm.
You know, so that's something that really. Hold on a minute, I have somebody yelling for me real quick. I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about
Going
that.
well.
But yeah, I mean, it's like in the middle of the 19th century. Okay, that's the one thing that you have to understand. Though they were saying this stuff back in the 19th century about socialism and protectionism for one thing. Which protectionism is something else that nobody wants to understand. You know what I mean? Like um, that's something that people need to get out of. Like this whole idea of socialism is an issue, but also thinking that it's your government's job to protect you. That's a load of shit.
If the well, again, defending borders, defending national interests. Yeah, it is the government's job to protect you
Well, from foreign
from
interests or
influence. What's the old catchphrase? Influences from within and beyond
well, I
national
mean,
borders, I think.
well, I mean, for from an American standpoint, you know what I mean. We came from a society that had a militia that took care of us. You know what I mean. We've moved from the militia to a society that believes that the National Guard is supposed to be somehow our form of militia, which it's not. It's still state ran.
Mm.
Okay. Um, but and we've been hoodwinked into believing that a lot of these socialist programs that have been pushed on us in the 20th century is actually the American way, and it's not. Okay. Like back whenever George Washington was around, or
Mm.
even Abraham Lincoln. Okay, we didn't tell kids that they needed to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. You know what I mean?
Even though that's made illegal recently, within the last 10, 15 years.
Well, I mean, no,
Yeah.
back when Roosevelt was in, and the New Deal and the new
Yeah.
socialist uh, things put into place, all of a sudden it was the American way that kids had to get up every day, go to school, and stand up and sing the Star Spangled Banner and say the Pledge of the Allegiance in
Mm.
schools. You know what I mean? And people believe that that was actually the American way. That back whenever uh, people were living in the old West, they had to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And the only reason why they believe that is because they saw that on an episode of freaking Little House on the Prairie. You know what I mean? Which was
Okay.
which was made back in the 1970s.
Yeah.
You know, and we've been just saturated with this load of shit that everybody's falling for. You know, um, and that all comes back to this idea that freaking about protectionism. You know what I mean? And that the government it's our place to freaking be protect, or it's the government's place to protect us. Um, and that's not how it actually took place. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, when it comes to raising our weapons to protect ourselves, I'm sure there ain't too many Americans who wouldn't do that. I'm a 51-year-old man, and I tell you what, if somebody was invading my country, I'd be the first one to get a gun. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit
Mm.
how old I am.
Mm.
Um, I don't believe there's too many people in my country who wouldn't be willing to defend their country.
Thankfully, you haven't had an invasion since Pearl Harbor.
Well, they're invading us
Technically,
now.
yeah. World War II was the last time the US saw an invasion on U.S. actual mainland ground.
Soil. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's because we are the greatest country on the face of the
Yeah, well,
planet.
have you seen your track record in foreign policy?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't feel the
When was the last time you were on the war?
um. Hold on, it was just recently. Yeah, Afghanistan, I believe. Iraq,
No, you pulled out. It's technically
Iraq. No,
Afghanistan. It's
the
still
war was.
technically going on.
No, listen.
Nothing's
There's occupation, and then there's war. We
Yeah,
we
but technically, the Afghan war was never actually finalized. Was never closed.
well, when the Taliban
Much like
disappeared.
the Korean War, is it Korean or Vietnam War? Vietnam War is still an ongoing war technically.
No, that's the Korean War.
Okay.
The Vietnamese won that war, and it wasn't really our war. It was the Vietnamese that had that war. Like for the United States, it was just a police action.
Okay, but in Vietnam, in reality, it was war.
Right. It was a
Yeah.
war for the
So
Vietnamese. It was a civil
there
war.
was still. How many deaths did you see? How many U.S. Deaths did you see in 60s?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hmm. And you know, that's the whole thing about it. That's what this guy was arguing about with a lot of that. And there are a lot of things that we were brainwashed into believing. Like we were brainwashed into believing that it was okay to um, enforce the draft, which that was what caused the actual War of 1812 between England and
Yeah.
the United States. But still, yeah, we believed the lie, and that's because freaking people just, the
For
classic,
for Uncle Sam and country, or
right?
in my case, for King country.
Hmm. We fed into the lie, and we walked away from classic liberal ideas that created our constitution and our way of life before that. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Mm,
Now, after that, we come to Alexis de Tocqueville.
okay.
Okay, now, although he's not a pure classical liberal, he offered profound observations about the nature of liberty, democracy, and civil society in his reflections on the American system. Now, his concerns about the tyranny of the majority and the balance between equality and freedom contributed to liberal theories on pluralism, decentralized institutions, and the moral foundations of liberty. His emphasis on voluntary associations and the importance of civic engagement fits within the liberal traditions of limited state power and strong individual responsibility. Now, voluntary associations and the importance of civic engagement is something that I think a lot of people really kind of missed the boat on too, because it comes back to what we were talking about with Australia. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I think when you allow governments that overreach, they take advantage of it, and that's a perfect example of um, what's important. It should be understood for people to know that it is important to get involved with civic engagements like voting and things of that nature, but they shouldn't be forced to do it.
About encouraged.
Yeah, encourage. we'll, we will encourage you through your pocketbook.
But shouldn't our government attempt to encourage voting anyway?
Yeah, I mean it's important, but also like voting itself should not be a government thing. I well, at least here in the United States, I don't know how you guys do your stuff, but that's actually the the
Well, in
voting,
this country, it's the responsibility of each individual person. Yeah.
right? And like the voting booths and all that, that is the citizens that do that. It's not the government. Like the government doesn't regulate the voting booths and stuff like that. It's not something that.
Well, technically, there's legislation about voting booths and how they're set up. So, in effect, yes, the government does.
No, it's the individuals within that area who sets it up here in the
No,
United
there are
States.
standards. There are rules about how voting booth is set up. How many people should be there to um,
That's
manage
a,
and stuff.
that's a,
At least in the UK, anyway.
that's a clear overreach of government here in the United States. If it's the case, I can check it out, but that's
You've
actually
got standards and legislation to make sure the voting is fair.
well that should be the people. That should be committees set up by the people, not by the government. You know what I mean? The U.S. Post Office is a government facility.
Okay, about the concept of government by the people for the people. The government are the people in the US.
No, by the people for the people. That means
Yeah.
okay.
By the people. Our government ministers are civil servants, not people. Don't understand.
I got confused. Now you said for the people, by the people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I didn't hear that correctly. Okay, so
Well, yeah,
now
the government is the people. The
right
people are the government.
now see that
Yeah.
this all goes back to sovereignty. Now, I've covered these guys, and what I want to do is I want to get down to the nitty gritty and get into freaking Jean Jacques Rousseau and where I was wanting to go with that. You know what I mean? Because I think this is what is really going to clear up a lot of the bullshit about how me and you don't really understand. If you really want to know about a country that has dropped the ball repeatedly, France is your biggest and greatest
Yeah,
example.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
I agree with
so I mean, let's take this all the way back to the beginning and let's look at how great France really was. And I want to make this clear that just because I'm talking about the French people doesn't mean that I'm talking about all French people, because there are Canadians that are French and they're technically not French, they're French Canadians. Other,
that. We love the French, really.
well, they can give up the horse meat. I seriously, I seriously don't think that that's very productive. Like, we've evolved past that. You know what I mean? Like, nobody should be eating horse meat in the 21st century.
Why not? Why not? Delicacy.
Okay. Oh, I forgot. It's legal in England too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's legal as long as it's advertised correctly.
Okay.
And the issue with the Hanger Gate several years ago, where supermarkets were mislabeling horse meat as beef.
See, that's just wrong.
Big scandal in the UK. Must have been about 10 years ago now.
Hmm. Now, Jean Jacques Rousseau can rightly be understood as a radical thinker, okay, in the context of his time. Now, in his ideas, uh, in many ways, formed the foundation of like a distinct political current current that was separate from like classical liberalism and a traditional monarchy. Now, in the 18th century, when the dominant political forces were absolute monarchies and the emerging liberal theories grounded in property rights and limited government, Rousseau stood apart by offering uh, a vision of democratic sovereignty. He also believed in collective morality and social transformation. Now, even though he believed in those things, you have to understand that his ideas were radical not only because they were challenged, that they challenged the divine rights of kings and inherited privileges, but also because they rejected the central premise of classical liberalism, which is while political theorists like John Locke or Montesquieu sought to limit power and secure individual autonomy through constitutional design and protection of private property. Rousseau aimed to reshape the entire relationship between the individual and society. Now, he didn't merely want to reform monarchy or property law. He proposed rebuilding political and moral life from its foundation, based on equality, civic virtue, and shared decision making. Now, in this sense, Rousseau wasn't simply uh, a more extreme liberal. He was basically laying the groundwork for a new ideological tradition. Okay. Now, this tradition, which would later develop into forms of radical democracy, also republicanism and socialism, um, and even the aspects of communitarian thought, which when they say communitarian, they're basically saying communism. Okay. Um, Now, a lot of people have a hard time with understanding the separation between socialism and communism, but there is a difference. Okay. And I think that that's something that needs to be understood too. I found it pretty amazing whenever, or I find it pretty amazing that I've had conversations with people who don't believe that they're communists. You know what I mean? But then when you sit and you listen to them, they start talking about communal living and freaking shit like that, and holistic belief systems and stuff like that, and they don't really understand that freaking like communism is communism. You
There's an
know,
argument that humans can live comfortably in a community of what 150 people.
mm-hmm.
This communism you use and is suitable for small groups. It's not suitable if stretched out.
Well, elaborate on that a little bit more.
If you've got such a small group, then or you've got enough people to actually be able to be well numbered. You've got a small enough community to communicate between each other with. Yeah, on a larger scale, communism doesn't work.
Right. Well, I mean, and I pointed out holistic. because of one thing. A lot of people don't connect that with what we're talking about here, but I actually did research on that. I've got another channel that you know about. It's The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I wanted to check out the holistic ideas that everybody is always talking about when they're into spirituality and stuff, and it was amazing to me when I went through the literature and I read it, because like these people who believe in holistic ideas, especially the ones who believe in like holistic education for children and stuff, they
Mm.
they really do have like this globalized socialist kind of belief system. You know what I mean? It's really amazing to me when I read that. It just blew my mind. You know what I mean? So it changed my whole way of looking at that, because um, I just it I never noticed it until I actually read the literature and found out what they were saying. So I mean that's something that I suggest everybody do. If you really think that you believe in something, go and check out the history behind it, the literature, and what it's really about. Educate yourself so that you understand. Like last year when we had Bob Dub on here and we were talking about um, anarchy. You know what I mean? Back when I was younger, man, I thought I was an anarchist. I was just Mr. Anarchy all through and through. But then I found out what it was last year, and it just blew my mind. You know, um, their philosophy is really, really uh, idealistic. You know what I mean? But understand their philosophy is nothing compared. It has absolutely no relationship to their practice, how it actually turned out. You know what I mean? It's very socialist kind of thinking. So I'm really glad that we've done these series. You know what I mean? Because it really has helped me in a lot of ways too. I've it's groundbreaking. I think we're doing an excellent job, to be honest with you.
Mm.
You know, if if people want to like go out and listen to the news and listen to all that crap, then they can go ahead and do that. But I think that, I mean, we're actually talking about real politics. You know, that's just my take on it. And
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
that's the one. That's the one thing that I do need to bring up, since we are talking about Rousseau, and I'm going to be doing a lot of bad mouthing when it comes to Rousseau, because anybody who has any kind of conscience would say that this guy is he's a creep. You know what I mean? That's really the only way you can say it about Rousseau. He's a creep. Um, he didn't merely want to reform monarchy or property law. He proposed rebuilding political and moral life from its foundation, based on equality, civic virtue, and shared decision making. In this sense, Rousseau was not simply a more extreme liberal, he was laying the groundwork for a new ideological tradition. Now, this tradition, which would later develop into forms of radical democracy, republicanism, socialism, and even aspects of communitarian thought, emphasized popular authority, economic fairness, and the moral education of citizens. Now, the moral education of citizens, this is where things start getting a little bit crazy. Have you heard much about the moral education of citizens, Mark?
Well, back when I was at Room 101. Yeah, comrade.
Well, we're not that far ahead in history, man.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But we'll get there. Now, by the time the revolution,
Sorry, comrade commissar.
yeah, the commissar. Now, by the time of the revolution in France, Rousseau's philosophy had become a guiding light for the most uncompromising revolutionary faction. Leaders such as Robespierre cited him as a model of virtue and political clarity.
And when Robespierre says that, yeah, take note.
Yeah,
Robespierre was a pretty person.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Now, Rousseau's calls for personal sacrifice in the name of common good, his distrust of luxury and artificial inequality, and his instance that real freedom comes through obedience to laws one makes for oneself were all central to the revolutionary project. Now, his ideas were not merely refinements of existing liberal concepts, they were a challenge to the entire structure of elite rule and commercial individualism. Now, commercial individualism, have you heard that term before,
Well,
Mr.?
yeah. What's a common sort of term, like at one point?
Mhm. I figured
Yeah.
you would have known it because you're from England, and a lot of people over there was really, really. Uh, it was a big term back, especially in England.
Mm.
Commercial individualism.
Oh, Thatcherism, Reaganism, to a point.
No, I'm talking about real history. I'm not talking
Oh
about
yeah, Thatcherism was a practical application of.
commercial individualism. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when the phrase commercial individualism is used in contrast to Jean Jacques Rousseau's philosophy, it refers to a specific kind of social and moral orientation that emerged in modern commercial societies, especially those shaped by market economies and private property and the pursuit of self-interest. Okay, that that's what Rousseau despised the most. Now, since Robespierre was mentioned, I have a cool freaking quote that he used to use all the time, and he loved it, and it came from Rousseau. Okay, you want to hear it?
Go on.
I made a note of it. Now, one of the most famous quotes that he made or that he cited, uh, particularly during the height of the French Revolution, was drawn from Jean Jacques Rousseau's political philosophy. Robespierre often invoked Rousseau to justify his vision of a virtuous republic governed by the general will. The quote he is best known for citing was, "The people's voice is the voice of God." The idea is rooted in Rousseau's concept of the general will, the collective will of the people aiming at the common good. Robespierre interpreted this, though, as a moral and political justification for revolutionary action, including the suppression of dissent, which he saw as a threat to liberty and the unity of the republic. So not only did he believe in what he was doing when it came to the French Revolution, but he also believed that that
Destroying liberty for the sake of liberty.
he didn't like. Yeah, he didn't like dissent. You know what I mean? He believed in the suppression of dissent. So anybody who dissented was a
But
threat,
isn't liberty all about dissent?
pretty much.
So yeah, we move in liberty for the sake of liberty.
I mean, liberty isn't cool if it's not being in the form of dissent. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, dude. You know. Now, Robespierre also paraphrased Rousseau when he declared, "Terror is nothing other than prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue." You want me to read
Yeah.
that? You want me to read that again?
Go on.
Terror is nothing other than prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue.
Okay.
That's pretty dirty, don't you think?
Just get to my head what not, but by fineness is used in virtue. Okay, yeah.
I like to use words like decrepit.
Huh?
Decrepit. I just love
Okay.
I love the word decrepit and degradation. Degradation.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Now there was part of a longer No, this was a part of a longer justification for the use of revolutionary terror, in which he claimed that virtue combined with terror formed the guiding principle of the revolution. He believed that to protect liberty and the republic, the enemies of the people had to be dealt with swiftly and without compromise.
Hence, Madame Guillotine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the quotations reveal Robespierre's intense belief in moral purity and revolutionary justice. He turned Rousseau's vision of collective sovereignty into a political doctrine that placed the abstract will of the people above individual rights, allowing for extreme measures in the name of virtue and unity. So that was a note that I pulled. And I felt that it was pretty adequate because I wanna make I want to make a really distinguishing picture of what Rousseau actually was the cause of. You know what I mean? This is what Rousseau's ideology actually developed into. I personally don't feel that he actually contributed all that much to the world. You know what I mean? When it came to his ideologies, because he
He contributed quite a lot, but
not
not positive.
yeah. Yeah, I like how you said that. I should have really thought how I said that. Actually, you're right. He did contribute a lot, but not in a positive way.
Not with positive outcomes.
Yeah. Now, getting back to Rousseau, and when it comes to the phrase commercial individualism, okay, you need to understand that it centers on the idea that individuals should be free to act according to their own preference. That's how he felt. He felt that it centered on the idea that individuals should be free to act according to their own preferences, accumulate wealth, engage in economic exchange, and shape their private lives without interference from the state or community. Now, this all sounds good to this point, okay?
Okay.
Now, This view celebrates independence, personal achievement, and the right to pursue material comfort as a form of self-realization. You know what I mean? Now, Rousseau viewed this development with deep suspicion, though. Okay,
Mhm.
and all of that right there to me when it comes to commercial individualism, yeah, it sounds pretty legit. But Rousseau viewed it uh, with deep suspicion. He believed that commercial society, um, far from liberating people,
And trap son. Huh?
Yeah, I find it really weird.
I know. Yeah, your mic's all over the place.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just as I was starting to talk the really good trash about Russo, it made it to where it went off and I had to hit refresh.
Uh,
You know, I find that
maybe.
odd.
Yeah.
This platform must be owned by French people. There's nothing good. There's nothing better than like bad mouthing French people on a French platform. I should.
That's a. You own Rumble.
Rumble. I don't think it's France.
No.
It's,
No.
but I just wanted to say that I was about ready to say I should probably get on Odyssey. And,
Yeah.
And badmouth Russo really bad and just say horrible things. Now, Rousseau, like I said, viewed this development with deep suspicion. He believed that commercial society, far from liberating people, actually corrupted their moral character and undermined their sense of true freedom. Okay. Now, in his analysis, the rise of commerce encouraged vanity, competition, and inequality. It turned individuals away from genuine human connection and towards artificial desires rooted in comparison and ambition. People no longer valued themselves for their inner worth or virtue, but measured their success against others through wealth, status, and public esteem. Rousseau saw this as a dangerous shift that promoted egotism and alienation. From Rousseau's perspective, true freedom was not about the ability to pursue one's personal interests in a marketplace, but about living in harmony with others in a community where the general will guided action. What do you think about that, Mark Edworthy?
Again, not a big fan.
Does it sound positive to you so far?
Not overly.
What stands out to you that you really don't like?
The entire. Let me think on that one.
Okay. So, what it was is, see, he imagined a form of civil life in which individuals did not surrender their identity to the crowd, but instead found fulfillment by participating in collective self rule and aligning their interests with the common good. In
But
this,
what is the great good if it's not?
yeah, I think you see. I kind of knew you would say something at that point once you heard the common good and collective self rule.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's what he felt in this vision. Freedom meant moral autonomy and social equality, not the multiplication of choices in the marketplace.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
So yeah, I know. I totally disagree.
right. Now, self rule, collective self rule is what really stood out. Like he believed, instead he found fulfillment. He felt that 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 we would find freedom through fulfillment, or we would instead, fulfillment by participating in collective self rule and aligning our interests with the common good. Now, when I start hearing stuff like collective self rule and common good, I start thinking freaking living in a commune and having to vote on every single thing, like
Yeah.
growing fruits and who gets to
Yeah.
wear the.
Again, it works in a small community, but you can't ramp it up to a large national idea or a large idea.
They sure gave it a try, didn't they?
Still do. These you get communes. Actually, Germany is well known for localized communes.
Well, France is something else that people always keep overlooking. Like France is just as big of a player in this as what Germany is, and Germany and France together are really, really two countries that we're going to have to take a close look at when it comes to all this, because we're no longer talking about the classic liberals. Just so you know, like that's that. We'll discuss a little bit on Voltaire, but that's only so that we can badmouth frickin' Rousseau a little bit more.
A bit more.
In the last episode, or the episode before that, I called Voltaire a big mouth, and he was, but
Yeah.
but I mean, this is a guy that preached for the First freedom of speech. You know what I mean? So of course he's got a big mouth. You know what I mean? Like he was the guy. You know what I mean? If you and okay, I was thinking about this a little while before we did this. You take a look at poor old John Locke. Okay, got this skinny little old gray-haired man, and sometimes when you go to a library or something, you'll see his picture up on the wall, but nobody ever freaking notices him. Nobody ever says, "Hey, that's John Locke," And then you turn around and you freaking look and you find out that freaking old Voltaire, dude, he's just sitting out there in the freaking public square with a huge freaking statue. Look at old great Voltaire, dude. You know what I mean? Him and his big mouth just standing there in the middle of public, got a huge statue of himself.
And where is the statue of Voltaire?
It's in Germany, I believe, or it might be in France. But that was the difference between them. Paris, But that was the difference between them, and Voltaire freaking really, he really broke his foot off inside of freaking Rousseau, man. That's the one thing that I do like about Voltaire. Now, commercial individualism also conflicted with Rousseau's belief in simplicity, authenticity, and virtue. He argued that when people became obsessed with property, fashion, or financial gain, they became less capable of genuine virtue. Now, their identities become entangled with appearances and artificial needs, and they lose the ability to see one another as moral equals. He believed this had the effect of destroying the foundation of community, making people indifferent to justice and undermining the possibility of true democratic participation. So basically, what he's saying there is that we all should wear the same shirt and pants and the same color shoes,
Yeah.
and we should conform. At least that's what I'm making it out to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
You know. So I don't know. Do you hear the word conformity in that?
Yeah. I'm thinking Soviet Union. Thinking China. I'm thinking North Korea. I'm thinking various things.
Now he according to what I've read on everything, you know, he didn't idolize like primitive life is a lot of people have claimed, but he did believe that a simple mode of existence was more conducive to equality, freedom, and moral integrity, basically. But I wanted to attack his bullshit on moral integrity, and that's why I decided to go with Voltaire's arguments against Jean Jacques Rousseau, because Voltaire was known for freaking just, you know, just tearing into this dude, because Jean Jacques Rousseau would always give these elaborate speeches. He was a real good writer. Okay, Voltaire always did compliment him on his writing style, because he really was a good writer. But the one thing is freaking he didn't practice what he preached, and Voltaire always called him out on that. All right, and the one area where it really pissed Voltaire off when it came to Rousseau was child rearing. This idiot would constantly make comments concerning child rearing and how children should be treated and stuff, and he had absolutely no idea what the hell he was talking about.
And the state to control child rearing.
Mm-hmm. And Voltaire freaking well, see, like even with Voltaire, I don't. There's a lot of things I don't believe. I don't agree with Voltaire about when it comes to child rearing either. Like he was big on education and stuff like that. And some of his stuff I disagree with now that I've become older and more up to date on things, you know. But I do agree with him on his take when it comes to Rousseau. Now, Voltaire's arguments against Jean Jacques Rousseau particularly regarded Rousseau's theory on child rearing, like I said. And this stemmed from their fundamental different views on human nature, society, and reason. Now, while both were leading figures in the Enlightenment, they disagreed sharply on many subjects, and their rivalry often played out in like public letters, essays, and philosophical debates. Now, I love to go through and read like these old public letters, and because they make commentaries on their essays and their writings with publicly. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
But I love doing that. I think the last one I did was with Walt Whitman, and Emerson was another one with him and Edgar Allan Poe. I love that like those two hated each other with a passion, you know. And Voltaire and Rousseau is another example of that. So one of the most pointed areas of contention was Rousseau's belief in the inherent goodness of human beings and the idea that children should be raised free from the corrupting influence of society. Okay, Voltaire found Rousseau's idealism naive, impractical, and even hypocritical. In his famous treatise on education, Rousseau argued that civilizations and social institutions deform natural human virtues. He believed that children were born good and that proper education meant protecting them from the artificial influence of society until they reached an age when they could reason for themselves. Now, I wanted to point that out, and I want to tell people something. And I've here in Southern Illinois, we've had issues with that where people aren't really all that smart. Okay, and and this is an issue. It might not be here recently, but like I've seen it where parents have literally not done something, and like 4 or 5 year old kids don't even know how to talk. You know what I mean? And that right there is what really sticks out to me when I hear this kind of crap. You know what I mean? Um, I don't agree with that 100%, or not even 100%. I just don't agree with it. Period. You know. But that's something that I have seen because of it. Now, my whole idea on like the education system doesn't really agree with this statement. You know what I mean? Where we should just keep our kids away from education because it deforms natural human virtues.
Okay.
Do you think it deforms natural human virtues, Mark? I know you're pretty rowdy. You're pretty rowdy, and
Well,
considering you were a teacher at one time, weren't you?
I was never a kid. A kid teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah. My experience is over 18-year-olds.
So do you think it deforms?
Before nature, more than probable, but for a good purpose.
Mhm. Now, see, he advocated raising kids away from like urban life, religious dogma, rigid,
Okay.
rigid schooling, and premature intellectual instructions. Now, I kind of have my whole theory on preschool. When it comes to that, I don't see it as beneficial whatsoever. You know what I mean? So in that aspect, yeah, when it comes to preschool, because like in kindergarten they teach kids how to use crayons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but surely the benefits from preschool comes from things like socializing. I thought
Yeah,
you said it as kids your age.
let them run out on the
So
playground and have fun. Yeah, recess and stuff like that.
yeah,
Go out
yeah.
and then maybe let them eat.
Um,
Let them eat some good.
I'm not a big fan of sort of preschool sort of things because it suggests that the state is your parent. But it's got a lot to do with forcing families, forcing parents into work quickly, which is another conversation in itself. But also, I do recognise that these sort of things are there set up for things like the purpose of socialising, and creating civilised norms.
Well, I don't know about all that civilized norm shit. Like I've yet to see any quote unquote civilized norm whatsoever.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like you hear that term. You know what I mean? I'm 51 years old and I've been hearing that freaking term forever. You know, and it's never been here ever. Like
Okay.
think about it. How many times have you actually seen civilized norms?
Describe what a civilized norm is.
That's what I'm asking you, dude. You
No,
just said it. You said it a lot easier than what I did. You just
I
straight
see
out said
people
it.
be civilized norms, open doors up of other people, sit down and, I don't know, eat in a civilized, normal way.
That must have been like 20 years ago.
People are, well, in the UK, people are civilized.
Oh yeah, I keep
In
forgetting
my
you're
area,
over there.
people are civilized.
I keep forgetting you're over there in the UK too. Like you guys are the ones who created tea time. You know what I mean? So yeah,
So yeah,
etiquette.
we are civilized, unlike you.
Well, we actually invented fast food, so you need to just keep it at bay.
Okay.
Because without us, you wouldn't have Burger King, Mister.
I hardly eat fast food.
I don't either.
If I'm eating, I'm sitting down in a restaurant with a knife and fork. I'm civilized.
Yeah. Now, according to Rousseau, the educator's task was not to mold the child, but to allow the child's nature to develop without interference in harmony with nature. Now,
Mm.
Voltaire sharply disagreed with this view. He believed Rousseau romanticized a vision of the natural human condition that ignored the complexities and necessities of real life. Now, I kind of see where he's coming from with that because, like, Rousseau is romanticizing like what his vision of the natural human was. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, babies aren't born virtuous. Okay, period. Like they're horrible, rotten little creatures that will cry and whine to get attention if they have to. And the only people who
Yeah.
know that are people who's been around babies. You know what I'm saying? And they're ornery
Mm.
as shit. If you really have been around a baby, you know babies are ornery as shit. I mean, you can see it, like when they give you that shifty eye. You know what I mean? Like my little nephew Jacob, I would pick on him all the time. He had this little Shamu freaking teddy bear, and I would take the freaking
Yeah.
I would take the tail and I'd shove it up into his face, like in his mouth, and he'd freaking
Cool.
his head would go back and he would freaking his it would wobble for a little bit and then he'd look at old Uncle Roger and he'd have that shifty look in his face like I'm gonna get you back. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
there was no freaking hesitation. Like there wasn't no virtuous thought in his mind. It was like I'm gonna get you back, old man. And this was back when he was like maybe 4 or 5 months old. You know? So anybody who's been around a baby knows that that's not that's not realistic at all. You know,
Right.
he so
Mm.
that might not what I said might not pertain to a lot, but it does when you stop and look at it in that context. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to actually be around babies to understand this stuff.
Mm. Mm.
Now, Voltaire thought that Rousseau's idea of removing children from the civilizing influence of society would not produce virtuous citizens. but instead result in ignorance and instability. And I do agree with that, because what I told you about what I've seen with like these little kids that are like 4 or 5 years old and can't even talk. There's been situations where families have got in trouble with the state because they ended up sending their kids to school and they can't even freaking talk.
But surely, if they're sending the kids to school, that's the fault of the educations.
No, I mean, like, they would send them at the beginning of the school year, they would send them into school for the first time. And these
Yeah.
teachers would get these kids new who've never been in school before,
How old are they
about
at that point?
4 or 5 years old.
Okay, so that's
You know
isn't
what I
that
mean?
legal in your state?
Well, kids should really be able to speak and and speak English by the time they get to freaking kindergarten, dude. Something is wrong.
3 upwards, 3 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. So by the time they hit 5, they should be able to have a pretty good handle on.
You're gonna have late developers, obviously, but that's the job of the education system.
You don't find it disturbing that little 5-year-olds can't talk?
Uh, could be medical reasons.
Well, I'm just saying, dude, from experience, there's
Could be environmental. It could be who knows. But that
well, like I said,
but
like,
again, that's the job of the education system to determine the level and then take appropriate action.
yeah. Well, I mean, and that really gets into the whole issue that I've been talking about too, about education. I don't think that the state or the freaking federal government should be able to impose laws that pertain to this kind of stuff either. So, like,
I disagree. The state has to make sure to have people of a certain educational standard.
I find it as like a search and destroy social program that,
Again, depends on how it's carried out.
you know, to where, I mean, that's one issue that really gets into modern day, where you start talking about overreach and,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
right.
yeah. And like anything, it can go to the theory can go to an extreme, but
you know Now, to Voltaire, civilization was not a source of moral decay, but a necessary framework that refined human behavior, development, and intellect, and allowed people to live in peace. Which, I think that is a load of shit. That's the one thing I disagree with Voltaire. I don't think that it was. Well, I mean, it's not moral decay. I'm not going to say that. You know what I mean? But it's not. It's not a framework that refined human behavior. You know what I mean? And
mm,
and my whole opinion about that actually developed because of the story about Buffalo Bill. You know what I mean? I told you guys that before. Remember about Buffalo Bill's son?
remind me.
Now, Buffalo Bill, um, his son ended up, him and his wife didn't agree with living in the West. His wife wanted to move back to the city, and he wanted to stay in the West. Now, he ended up finally caving in and telling her that she could take their son and move back to the East. And when he did that, what happened was is his son ended up dying from an illness that was the cause of living in in the city. You know what I mean? Back then, it happened where if you lived in a metropolitan area, it could actually kill you. You know?
Small gun. Yeah, this was before air environmental sort of pollution was a thing.
Hmm. Well, when that happened, all of a sudden his whole outlook on things changed. Like he actually, that's what started him to where he had a respect for the Native Americans and the way that they believed in nature and stuff of that way. And that I mean, heck, you should know about Buffalo Bill. He was more famous in Europe and England than he was here, and he was pretty famous here in the United States too. So, but that's what changed it, you know. So
Hmm.
whenever I first heard about all this, that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of Buffalo Bill's story. So Voltaire, I don't agree with him when it comes to like uh, the framework for refined human behavior and stuff like that. So now Voltaire's criticism was not just theoretical. He was appalled by what he saw as a contradiction between Rousseau's philosophical claims and his personal behavior. This is the good part. This is where I really get to shame Rousseau because he is a disgusting human being, and Voltaire was the one that pointed out. Okay, Rousseau, despite writing extensively on the ideal way to raise and educate children, had abandoned all his own children to public orphanages shortly after their birth.
Yeah.
So this man sat there and he would write theoretical stuff about how to raise children and stuff, and he was actually freaking abandoning his children to freaking orphanages. Okay.
Mm. So letting the state take control of the children.
Hmm.
Mm.
So you know that
What happened to his wife?
I've never found anything that talks about his wife whatsoever.
Or mistresses or whatever?
Yeah, I've never
How
found
many
it.
kids?
Huh?
How many kids did he have?
Nothing. It just mentions that he did have kids and they were given to
Okay.
orphanages. So
Yeah.
that and
But we
being
don't know how many.
now, in all fairness, this could be Voltaire's just shit talking. You know what I mean? Because like you got to remember, they did correspond through freaking papers and stuff like that, and uh, they they will
Mm.
quote they will critique each other's writings maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I doubt it. I want to hold on to the idea that Rousseau was a disgusting reprobate who abandoned his children to the state because
Yeah.
or orphanages. What do you think? You think we should stick with that one?
Mm. Yeah.
Because like Voltaire repeatedly pointed it out, and he did it to discredit Rousseau's authority on the subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, I think that's a good reason to do it. Now he saw that it was deeply ironic that a man who extolled the virtues of natural parenting did not raise his own children. For Voltaire, this was not merely a personal failing, but evidence that Rousseau's ideas were empty rhetoric. Voltaire also attacked Rousseau's rejection of reason as the highest human faculty, where Rousseau emphasizes feeling emotion and instinct, Voltaire championed rationality, empirical knowledge, and intellectual progress. So, which one would you go for? Would you go for Voltaire or Rousseau when it comes to?
I would be a more Voltaire supporter
Yeah.
for this reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if people knew you, they would understand that you're all about empirical knowledge and rational and intellectual progress, I guess. You know. But I would have to go with Voltaire on a, well, don't get me wrong, because you've been around me, I have no problems with the whole idea about feelings and emotions and instincts. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I think there's an old saying that I learned when I was in recovery, okay, and it goes freaking, it's good to have your head in the clouds, but you also need your feet firmly on the ground. You know what I mean? It's okay to be freaking thinking of all those things that are lofty and up in the clouds, but you need to be grounded in life. There needs, you know what I mean? So I enjoy thinking on emotional levels and things of that nature, and I think instincts are important because, like, you have to be able to think on emotional levels. You know what I mean? I do believe that mental illness and all that stuff is real. I think that in order for people to overcome mental illness, they need to be able to think on emotional levels and recognize when they're happy, sad, glad, mad. You know what I mean? So I do agree with that to an extent, but Rousseau doesn't think like that. He's going to a whole different level. You know what I mean? He thinks we should all get butt naked and run in the forest like Enkidu. Enkidu and Gilgamesh. We should go. Enkidu was the forest.
Yeah, I know the story.
Yeah, run around, hang out with the animals, and make love. So he believed that children, like adults, needed education. This is Voltaire. Needed education in science, history, logic, and the arts to become enlightened and productive members of society. He thought Rousseau's rejection of structured learning and critical reasoning would stunt a child's development and leave them vulnerable to ignorance and superstition, which at the time actually is true. You know what I mean? Superstition was a very, very serious.
Still is. Still is.
Well, we don't need to really be talking about Mr. Robot without him being in here. Okay. Yeah. So let's. Now, it would be nice if Mr. Robot would come in here, but like we're not talking about superstition, so we're actually talking about real politics too. So he doesn't like that. But one day maybe we'll get him in here.
Maybe.
Now, Voltaire, who lived much of his life in cultured urban environments, saw cities and civilizations as sources of improvement and innovation. He argued that isolating children from the social world would not prepare them for adult responsibilities, but instead weaken their ability to engage with others and adapt to the demands of society. Now, though Voltaire admired aspects of Rousseau's literary style and his ability to stir public sentiment, he viewed his philosophy with deep suspicion. He often mocked Rousseau's elevation of the noble savage and dismissed his social theories of as unrealistic fantasies detached from practical realities of politics, education, and human behavior. I love Voltaire. I do. Like, right there, you know what I'm saying? He's like, listen to that shit. He's getting all wild and crazy on Rousseau. Now, in Voltaire's view, human beings were not naturally good or evil, but complex creatures shaped by experience, reason, and culture. Therefore, education needed to engage the intellect, discipline, and passions, and prepare children for participation in a rational, orderly society. Voltaire rejected Rousseau's theories about child rearing on both philosophical and moral grounds. He believed that Rousseau's idolization of nature and hostility towards reason and social institutions led to educational ideas that were unrealistic, dangerous, and hypocritical. Now, when it comes to that, that's where I draw the line there too, because like I'm starting to see now with the way the state and the federal government are imposing freaking education on parents that it's become dangerous in that respect too, because like if you look at the educational system, you have students that don't want to be there, they're suffering from mental illness, parents that are forced to tell their children to go to school, and these kids don't want to be there and they're mentally ill, and the gun shootings that are happening, things of that nature. This is all done because of government overreach, forcing parents to either send their kids to school or they go to jail or get fined, or both. Um, or
Yeah, at least in UK, we've got a choice of sending to a state school, so and then or sending to a private slash public school, which there's a difference, or home education. And there are small organisations that are being set up as home educators.
Mhm. Well, I mean, for me, that's the one thing that I really know.
You do have a choice in the US to go to private or state-run schools.
Well, private, you have to pay big money for
Yeah,
it.
but got a
You can
choice of that.
you can do internet schooling. They
Yeah,
do have that, and I
yeah.
don't know for sure how expensive internet schooling is, but I do know that it is an option. Now,
Uh, uh,
I from what I've heard about that, I wouldn't really suggest that anybody send their kids to an internet school because I've heard a lot of bad stuff about it. You know what I mean?
always do your research. Always do your research.
Mhm. Well, the thing of it is like they keep kids in their programs as long as they can, even if they don't show up for their
Okay.
scheduled meetings and stuff like that to be getting their or their class. You know what I mean? They don't show up for it, and then they end up, instead of kicking them out of school on, even though it's on the internet, what they do is they keep them on the register so that they can draw money from it.
Yeah, we had I think UK had a issue with this before the pandemic, and I think the legislation did go through to stop all these fake online universities, or at least to mitigate the issue.
And don't get me wrong, man. I mean, freaking, well, other than being a big mouth, I really did like Voltaire. You know what I mean? But I don't agree with him on the idea that because see, Voltaire stood firmly in defense of like structured education, rational thought, and the civilizing influence of society. And I think society actually was society was created because of the invention of beer and prostitution.
Okay. And bread.
And what? I lost you on that last word. You have to say that again.
Bread.
Bread?
Bread.
No,
Yeah.
don't be switching it, dude. You said freaking cooked meat.
Yeah, and bread.
Your first one was cooked meat.
No. Okay, yeah, and bread is important in beer making.
Well, yeah, bread is important. You're right. I got to give you that much on it. Bread. But you also, I was thinking on the lines of if we're going to agree on something, we have to tell people that we do agree that civilization was created out of uh, cooked meat, prostitution, and beer.
Mm. Yeah.
You agree with that? And then we can put bread in there too. So the four fundamental things to civilization is cooked meat, bread, prostitution, and beer. I don't agree with Voltaire on his idea that it was influent that education is the was the civilizing influence of society. I don't think that was the case. So
It can be up to a point,
yeah. Well,
but not into.
I've actually hung out with people who are big on sports. Okay. And
Yeah.
it's not really all that pretty. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Okay. Like you sit down with them in the front room and you watch sports with them and you'll see what I'm talking about. It gets
Okay. What sort of sports are we talking about?
just pick one if you want to.
Croquet?
Well, no, yeah,
Polo?
I gotta stop. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you caught me there. We can't be talking about those sissy games like real sports.
Okay.
For you guys over there, it'd be what I call soccer. You would call football.
Football, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sit down with them. Pay attention to them. Okay.
Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty horrible, and they don't even see that. You know what I mean? They don't see that, and it's like here when. And believe it or not, it's not even our version of football that's the worst one. Like when you watch people who are into basketball,
Yeah.
when you're hanging out with them and stuff and they're into basketball, dude, they are freaking horrible. You know? So you can really see it. Now, their disagreement reflected a broader clash between Enlightenment, rationalism, and the emerging currents of romantic naturalism, a conflict that will continue to shape political and educational thought long after both of them were gone. Now, that's something that I do want to get into, but I want to do it at a later time. This is romantic naturalism and enlightenment. And I mentioned it the last time we were able to talk. That's something that I really want to get into is the age of enlightenment and what it really was. And this term, I'm a realist. You know what I mean? People don't really understand what they're saying when they say they're realists and where that term came from. So I just want to go over that. Now, before we finish, I do want to kind of go over this whole thing about Maximilian Robespierre too.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'll just go through there and kind of explain to people what he was really about. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of people aren't really educated too much about the French Revolution because they're more interested in like the American Revolution and Cromwell and England, but not too many people know about the French Revolution. They say they do.
Uh, do they? I think probably education's more recognised in Europe, more
Well,
obviously, than in the US.
apparently not, because people don't really understand the term radical idealism.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And if they did know more about the French Revolution, then they would understand what radicalism was. You know, um, especially with this guy Maximilian Robespierre. Now he fits squarely into the category of early radical idealism. Now, particularly with the historical context of the French Revolution. Um, Radical idealism, in this sense, refers to a political vision rooted in the abstract principles such as liberty, equity, or equality, popular sovereignty. And yes, equity was being used in France during that time period, just so you know. It really was. Popular sovereignty and moral virtue. Uh, uh, Pursued with compromising intensity and often detached from practical limitations. Now, Robespierre embodied this tendency through both his philosophy and his actions. He believed that society could be completely transformed through reason, civic morality, there we go with that word again, and the unflinching application of virtue. He envisioned a republic built not only on laws and representation, but on the moral regeneration of its citizens. This vision came from a belief that politics should be an extension of moral philosophy. So right here, we're starting to understand that freaking government and moral philosophy and moral regeneration and everything should all be connected. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't have any say in this. This is just the way it is, and virtue is going to be a part of government too. You're going to be virtuous if we freaking have to kill you. You know what I mean? Be virtuous or die.
Yeah.
So now he did not accept political compromise or gradual reform, but insisted on the total realization of the ideas of the revolution, purity, justice, and universal equality. Now, Robespierre was deeply influenced by Jean Jacques Rousseau, especially the idea that the general will must be sovereign and that citizens must align their personal will with the collective good. Okay, so it was here with liberalism. It's the other way around. The collective good must align with the individual. Whereas here they're the opposite. The individual must align their will according to the good of the many. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got that shift going on right there. That's really the big part when it comes to radicalism. You know, and that's something that a lot of people aren't really aware of when it comes. The collective good is how it is basically referred to. You know, it's like Spock when he says the good, what is it, the
Needs of the many
outweigh the
outweigh
needs of the.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
freaking,
This is why Star Trek is a communist halo.
right, it's a sci-fi utopian world of communism is what it
Yeah.
is. You know?
Yeah.
Any respectable Star Wars fan would not put up with such nonsense. That's all I gotta say. You know, Luke Skywalker would definitely kick Captain Kirk's ass.
Okay.
Just plain and simple. And
Maybe.
Picard, a Frenchman. Now, is he
Yeah.
French or is he really English?
English, isn't he? Yeah, he's English.
Okay, just wanted to know. He believed that liberty and virtue was inseparable, and that anyone who acted against the interests of the Republic was not merely wrong, but morally corrupt. From this belief, he developed the justification for revolutionary terror, which he described as virtue armed with force. To him, this was not cruelty, but necessary moral surgery, cutting out corruption to save the public, to save the body, no, to save the body politic.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this radical commitment to ideas, however, led Robespierre into a position where abstract principles became tools of violence. His attempt to enforce moral virtue through law culminated in the Reign of Terror, during which thousands were executed for perceived disloyalty or insufficient enthusiasm for the revolution. Though he claimed to act in the name of justice, his refusal to tolerate dissent and his belief in the moral righteousness of his cause placed him at odds with the very principles of liberty and due process he once campaigned, or championed, actually. So this is the kind of thing that radicalism leads to, and this is what radicalism is. Okay, this doesn't have anything to do with socialism. It doesn't have anything to do with communism. It not at this stage.
Okay.
Now, radicalism, if you listen to a lot of the stuff that you're hearing here, okay, this is borderline with classic liberalism. I mean, plain and simple, there's no denying it. You know what I mean? But they are very, very extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no dissent. You will obey. You will dress in the same clothes, and you will not freaking eat or partake from the unholy freaking restaurants of Burger King or Taco Bell.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what that is. Because if you do, then you will be fat and you will be ugly. And who wants to be fat and ugly in a world of beautiful people?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I haven't eaten in McDonald's in 20 years, for 25 years.
But, well, I mean, you know what I'm saying. It's like they're setting up laws now to where you will be treated like a drug addict if you freaking sell fast food within a certain amount of distance away from schools. They're literally trying to get away with that. That fast food joints cannot be within a certain distance of a school, or that's basically what.
There was an idea about that in the mid-90s in the UK. Bill died a death.
Yeah, that's what That's what Obama's wife tried to put up here in
Yeah.
the United States too, and it freaking it. I don't know if it went through or not. To be honest with you, I don't know, or if it's
Well,
even still in office. But see, that's how people treat drug dealers whenever they're selling drugs too close to a school. You know what I mean? So they're trying to compare freaking fast food joints to drug dealers.
in some cases, aren't they?
Well, I mean, we've got to get away from that idea that that obscure freaking ideology that's important. You know what I mean? That abstract philosophical viewpoint.
Mm.
You know that that's actually important because it's not rational. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It really isn't, and we definitely shouldn't be making laws that say freaking we need to save our children from being fat.
Yeah. Education and parental responsibility. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get me started again on the education stuff. Come on, dude. I'm just talking about laws. You know what I'm saying? It's like we shouldn't be saying like there should be a law that prevents kids from getting fat. Just period. It's
Um,
especially
about a law banning unhealthy obesity.
now you're talking my what I'm saying here. Like, I mean, unhealthy obesity. There should be a law against it. You know, come on, dude. You know,
That's an
kids
argument.
kids should have a right to be fat and eat candy and
Yeah, but how much are we
still.
talking about? A 5 foot 12-year-old at the rate of, I don't know, £300. Yeah, £300.
Well, I mean, that really falls on the responsibility of the parents too. And I mean, everybody's like, "Oh, that's just a cop out." No, it's not. It's actually the truth. It's the
Uh,
parents' responsibility. You know.
yeah, so if that child becomes deadly obese, then surely the parents should be summoned to court
Why?
because wouldn't it be tantamount to murder?
Okay, so if they die from obesity, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, fat people die. You know what I mean? Skinny people die. I mean,
Oh,
I
yes, it's the same thing with skinny people. If you're starving your kids,
no.
surely the state
Well,
should intervene.
but see, that can get complicated because then you have people who have eating disorders that throw stuff up. You know what I mean? So what
Mm.
happens with them too? You know what I mean? I mean, do you
If
hold
they're sticking themselves in such jeopardy,
what do you hold
shouldn't the state intervene?
do you hold the parents responsible because their freaking daughter is bulimic and throwing her food up?
That would have to be decided on a case by case scenario.
See, I believe in the classic liberal ideas that say that doesn't belong in government. You know what I mean? That's just kind of an overreach of government, uh, or
But you don't want to
over.
see kids starve, do
Well, no, nobody wants to see kids starve. You
you?
know, and
So,
I think that really has to do with like people's lack of compassion. Really, I don't think that has to do with like any form of government. It's just we live in a society now where people just have no respect for one another. And I was saying that earlier, and I really mean that. It's like they live in a world where they think that they can just be disrespectful to one another, treat each other like shit.
Only
Um,
in certain areas,
you know,
circumstances.
you know. Well,
Not
I mean,
everybody.
yeah, not everybody. Don't get me wrong. There are a few of them still good. They're hiding out. You know, they're hidden in secret places where you have to visit and say hi to them. And
Like this channel.
right, and like in in places like your grandparents' house, where your grandparents love you no matter what you say or do. You know what I mean? When you're young, you need to go visit your grandpa and your grandma and say hi and tell them you love them and eat their dinner no matter how bad it tastes. And let them pinch you on the cheeks and tell you how adorable you are because they love you. And it doesn't matter how freaking bad you've been or anything like that. Your grandparents love you. So that's what it's all about. That's what it comes down to. If you're from a dysfunctional family, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that everybody's like that. You know what I mean? But the majority of people in the world know that that's generally how their life is. So you don't you don't take dysfunction and use it as an excuse to be disrespectful towards people in your family when you don't suffer from that problem. You know what I mean? Just be good to one another and find those hidden places where people are nice, like Mark is talking about, because they are out there. You just have to have a little bit of initiative and try to find them. Did I do a good job, Mark?
Let's go.
Okay. I was trying to make that sound really good, but you just kept sitting there with that straight face, and I'm like, I did. Okay. So I think we're done, dude. I really do, because if we don't end this, dude, you're freaking gonna explode. It's gotta be what time for you? It's gotta be 3 in the morning.
Yeah, just come up to 3:20.
Yeah. So go get you some coffee and well, you probably don't want coffee now, huh? But
Maybe.
get you some coffee and watch you some Midsummer Murders on late night television over there in the UK.
Yeah.
Now, next week I want to give radicalism and I want to give classic liberal up and just be done with it, okay? And I want to talk about realism. I want to talk about the age of enlightenment versus the age of romanticism,
Mhm.
or the romantic movement, and what that was all about, and go from there, because I think that's important. And then after that, we can get into the good stuff like communism and socialism and how Europe has degraded into like this horrible freaking existence of French food, and like their Disney World sucks, dude. You know what I mean? People don't even like Disney World in Europe. That's sad.
Actually, weirdly enough, my younger sister had the choice of going to Paris Disney World or Florida Disney World, and she went to Florida.
I don't blame her. I've heard stories about that. Like they tried to turn it into like this fancy freaking restaurant kind of setting. You know what I mean? It's like people don't go to freaking Disney to sit down for a freaking gourmet meal. They go to have
Both US, Florida, and where's the other one?
Florida and Los Angeles.
Yeah. Both of them have got 5-star catered Michelin restaurants in them.
Well, the 5 stars is only there because they serve unique foods. Like they, even in the United
Yeah.
States, the way they do their they do like specialty foods. Like
Yeah.
and they're it's American fast food, but there's a specialty food that's there.
The US doesn't do the Michelin star system. That's a Europe thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and that's who mostly they mostly draw off of their, like whenever I talk to Zach and all them. If you ever notice, they're
Mm,
all from frickin' England. You know, like
mm.
I've I only know of one person, well, two people that are actually like those Walt Disney fans that do videos and
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah.
that. So, well, before we go, let everybody know how they can find you, Mr. Edworthy.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah. I'm on minds.com. Under the username Medworthy.
Okay. And I am Roger Hanson. You guys can find me at Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble, as well as the Praetorian on Rumble and on YouTube. Now, on YouTube, I am the Praetorian at the Praetorian 5222. Um, and on Rumble, I'm just the Praetorian. I don't think they have the at on there with it. But if you guys are on Kick, you can find us on Kick as well as on D Live and Twitch. Now on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. On Kick, I am Roger underscore Hanson, and at D Live, I am Roger underscore Hanson as well. I was on X streaming, but I did not continue my subscription there, and I do not wish to continue my subscription there.
How
So
many followers on X?
I literally ended my subscription with the same amount of followers as what I started with.
Well, Cyril, Silch.
Zero zilch in the last 1 year on X
Okay.
Pro. No freaking nobody. It was like
How much content were you publishing?
I published a video every single day for the last year on X.
Okay.
Every single day, at least once. On the platform, and then I made sure that they had 10 posts on there for well over eight months and nothing. I got views, but and you know the thing about X, it goes back to what I've said on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, is like the competition is just way too much. You know, there's so many people on the there's so many people on that platform. There is no way for you to really achieve anything there. You know, I would rather be on a smaller platform like Rumble or Kick or D Live, you know, than to be on a platform where you're not even a freaking small fish in a big pond. You're just a speck in the freaking hay, you know, like a needle in a haystack kind of thing. So with that rant out of the way, I'm going to say thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We'd really love to have comments. Put it down in the comment section down below, and I guarantee you we will respond. If not Mark, then me. We love comments, so give us your feedback or just say hi, man. You know, we love to have a conversation with you. And with that, I'm going to say good night. I hope you enjoy your night, your morning, your evening, whatever time of day it is. And Mark needs to go to bed. He's running.
Yeah.
He's running out of energy. You can see he's getting ready to pass out.
Yeah.
thank you for stopping in and being a part of this, Mark. This was great.
Sure.
Talk to you guys later.